my nerves, who does to check me? I'm fine, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her hoe when she gone. But I'm running when we click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Come paying it for bags worth more than you love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into benches, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got these different races. Yeah. Did my dirt, I had a match, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into benches, needing blue strips. Oh,
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers, when everything changes. Oh, baby. When we tear out the pages and only one word is left. Please let just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken is broken. think we both need to grow, so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, "Are you a conservative, ma'am?" And like an old lady would be like, "Yeah, I'm a conservative." And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot, and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet. And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking shit, you fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit, you fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little, holy shit. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little, holy shit. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash sitting tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made is on worthless. You ain't learning. I be in person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Talked it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash sitting tall.
It was beautiful. Yeah, together. Even though we plan forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks, it was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast, let me ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my flow heavy. Need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt.
Oh my god. Forgot to do this real quick, sorry. Need to get mod view. Yeah, I hope everyone's good. Doing alright. You know, just hanging in there. I realized suddenly that I like need to make a lot of clips.
Paved with good intentions.
So
All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for
I take
themselves.
so much time to go back and comb through that I don't know, I just need to like focus on it more.
Protestants, British, German, American,
Focus.
have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more
Life is hard.
years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our
Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's like a lot of news. Like a lot. I didn't have time to like organize it, so it's kind of all over the place. But we're gonna get through as much as we can. Let's start off with a little short video essay from Pumpkin. A little react as a treat before we dive into hell. Yeah. And then we can do fun. Fun later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to a calm, relaxing, normal video. If you're wondering what the giant subtitles are, I'm sorry. All the big channels do that at the beginning so they can increase viewer retention. The algorithm's proven it, so this works.
What? I guess so. Let's see. 10K? 5 hours ago?
So I have to do it forever now. So I'm going to leave it up for the whole video, actually. That way, I can't lose. I am absolutely just kidding. I can't even imagine. Today I want to cover the absolute priceless value of your attention span. You might have seen a couple of memes joking about how it's hard to focus now, and while they are haha funny, they're also kind of haha uh-oh. And if you're anything like me, your attention span has kind of been
Haha, uh-oh. Yeah.
whittled away by how everything works online, because it's very fast, very punchy, and you don't like waiting. Those rapid commercials and those short form video content are training us to have horrible attention spans. And I got this.
I'm curious if there's like updated research on this. Does he? I don't see any sources. Okay, well, maybe he'll let us know.
Distracted. And you might be hearing all this and saying, yeah, Duncan, I know my attention's not that great, but why is this an important thing to talk about? And I'll tell you, but I am going to add a vertical phone game here with flashing colors in case any of you get bored. Just zone in on.
Oh my god, Mari has been doing this with like Mario Kart and shit during like boring segments of Hassan. It's fucking awesome. I love that shit. I love that shit.
On that. Statistically, the best way to recapture your audience's attention is to supply the distraction so they never go too far. That's one of the many things I learned in my marketing class. Thanks a million, film school. And also, what is there to gain from this? Why is all of our media shortening down our attention spans? If you guessed money, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is like denial and copium. Maybe it's copium overdose, but like I don't know. I don't know if it is, because like a lot of people do also consume a lot of long form content, and also I don't know, like our attention span is like, I think it's fluid, but I don't know.
In order for anything or anyone to tell you something, sell you something, converse with you, discuss anything, you have to at least be paying a little attention to it. This is why you'll see so many commercials that are loud, flashy, disorienting, or boobs, because all of those tactics are proven to boost engagement, and so they're like industry standards now. I can tell you that on the creator side of things, we here at Camp YouTube are told that that's the metric we should be paying attention to. Subscriber count and view count, those are important, but viewer retention, I use my middle finger to count it, but viewer retention is why your videos get recommended, and in terms of growing, that's the thing they want us to focus on. Vulnerability time. YouTube analytics tell me that my viewer retention average is around 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And that's fine to me, but it's below average. And YouTube likes to use these metrics to nudge me and go, "Hey champ, how you doing? Everything okay at home? You break out those subtitles yet?" And they want us to do this because the longer you spend on YouTube, the more money they're gonna make off of ad space. I'm the distraction, you're the guards, and YouTube is already inside cracking the safe. I shouldn't have compared this to a heist because that makes it sound bad. I need this heist money.
It is bad though, because capitalism is bad. It's actually kind of perfect.
To eat food, so don't change. You take away all the financial incentives, and at my core, the main reason I want you to watch the whole video is because my conclusion is at the end, and if you leave the video before then I've just been ranting like a madman. But it comes off a little clingy to say, "Hey subscribers, please watch the entire video." And most creators know this, so they either consciously or subconsciously imply subtle little tricks in order to get you to stay. In my opinion, as long as those tricks aren't obstructive or manipulative, I don't have a big problem with it because it's kind of just part of the job. You want to make people watch the video, which includes...
Yeah, it's just like part of making good content. But, I don't know. There's some like weird ways of doing it, like, oh, like stick around till the end to like whatever, blah blah blah. Part 2, blah blah blah. Like, you can go overboard. Of course.
Includes making them watch the whole way. So I understand. I probably shouldn't be giving you all of my insider information, but I'd be more than happy to demonstrate one. So I'll play an ad, and after it, try to tell me what you think the visual amplifier was. If you guessed that the visual amplifier I used was having 2 concurrent videos instead of 1, then you guessed absolutely correct. And now, on an unrelated note, let's talk about ADHD. Like I mentioned earlier, there was a recent boom in these attention span memes, kind of poking fun at how we all need to be overstimulated in order to think. They would have the Family Guy Funniest Moments compilation, they would have the iPhone game going on, they would have the stimulation videos playing, or sometimes all 3. Anything you want to add? I love all of these. I find them all funny, because we're acknowledging that it's there, but still making light of it. We got some great jokes out of it, but man... Isn't it kind of worrying that we all related to this? I caught a really bad case of ADHD. I watch TV while also having my phone in my hand. I can't read books anymore without my eyes darting around the page. I sometimes will get so obsessed with something that I will forget to do human things, like eating or walking. In reality, only a percentage of the population has diagnosed ADHD, but entertainment apps pushing short-form content more and more is giving more people similar attention deficit symptoms. And it's important to point out that not all ADHD is the same. Some people actually can be more productive with it. Those lucky bastards. And if you're deficit symptoms. And it's important to point out that not all ADHD is the same. Some people actually can be more productive with it. Those lucky bastards. And if you're looking for it, you'll see it everywhere. Every app has a For You page now. Videos are loud and punchy at the beginning to get you to stay. All of this short form content is becoming the norm. And these videos know that they have to get in, entertain, and get out, because by then the viewer already feels like the next video should have started. And I am no different. I will fall victim to the For You conveyor belt and just lose hours of my day just being fed algorithmic content, despite me knowing that the program is working overtime.
I try really hard not to do this. I think Twitter's the hardest one. For me, personally. Scroll fucking Twitter forever. It's awful. Just love information.
In order to shorten my attention span and keep me there longer, no one's immune. This stuff is really strong. It's been trained to be. There's a good chance that most of you are watching this video with another tab or device open. Yeah, that's right, I can see you. I'm kidding. And I get it, because I also suffer from what I call two things disease. Putting all of my focus onto one thing is tricky because there's so much to distract me. But two things? Now we're talking. Whenever I drift from one, I'm caught by the other, and then repeat. It's like an electric fence that makes my brain happy. If I'm eating, I'll watch TV. If I'm doing housework, I'll listen to music, because doing one of those things without the other would make me alert to how quiet things are, and we can't have quiet. That's the work of demons. I'll see a TikTok of a robot voice reading a really long story from Reddit, but there will be Minecraft parkour in the background. And I will sit down and watch that entire thing because I'm getting a story read to me and I'm watching a video game. It's like getting caught in a really embarrassing trap. And the good news is that there is a solution to this. The bad news is that it's practice.
Rip. No, not that. Meow.
Ow.
Cutie. Oh.
She's never done this before.
Sweet baby.
What? I don't know what's happening. Oh, bye. There is good news to this being a widespread problem in that there are a lot of solutions online that will help you retrain those muscles in order to grow your attention span back.
Meditate daily to learn your thoughts. Get some exercise. Stop multitasking altogether. Take breaks occasionally. Get enough sleep. Practice attentive listening. Ask questions frequently. Simply put, make your environment as boring as possible when trying to focus. Research shows even having a phone in the room can be distracting. That's true. That's true. It's a good point. The distracted mind, ancient brains in a high-tech world? It's a funny title. The role of the dopamine system has actually been shown to relate directly to information-seeking behavior in primates. Macaque monkeys, for example, respond to receiving information similarly to the way they respond to primitive rewards, such as food or water. Moreover, single dopamine neurons process both primitive and cognitive rewards, and suggests that current theories of reward seeking must be revised to include information seeking. That's interesting, because I literally just said I just love information and that's why Twitter is so hard for me. Dude. What? I didn't pre-watch, I promise. What the fuck? I want to read that, actually. That's interesting. Chew gum, drink water. Sure. Chewing gum improves attention and performance at work. What is this? Is this from fucking Medline or something? The fuck?
One thing I'll do when I sit down to watch a movie is put my phone in the other room. Just take it out of the picture, and with that gone, it's a lot easier to watch the movie and then usually fall into it. If I'm ever on TikTok and I come across a blatant example of attention grabbing, like the pop-up subtitles or the background gameplay, I will actually take that as a sign and get off the app. Don't laugh at me, but whenever I read books now, I will use my finger to track each word so I retain it all. I said don't laugh. If you can work at recognizing this stuff, then you know how to avoid it, and it becomes easier to live without.
I'm sure you guys have noticed that I do that when I'm reading. I was just doing it. It helps me, I don't know.
And that's how you get better. And it might feel like you've put guardrails on.
I mean, not with my finger, because I have the cursor. But if I'm reading a book, I do that.
But we need these in order to get better. Like, they have to come from within, because the phones aren't going to help us. No one else is going to be able to repair your attention span for you. In fact, most things out there are wanting to keep it fragile. And yeah, you might feel silly when you're using your fingers to read, or when you get that itch when your phone is in another room. But those are signs of the healing process. And healing is very possible. And I do think this is something that is worthwhile putting some energy into, because watching Family Guy, Subway Surfers, and some kind of stimulant video is fun for a second, but we should not let that become the new normal. And hey, if you made it this far into the video, that's a pretty good sign that...
I don't know if we can stop it at this point. Wait, I'm literally doing it right now. I forgot I still have sand on screen. Oh god. Should I add more things? Should I just add more and more things? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's working, necessarily. It's mostly there for me, if I'm being real. I realized that it's on autoplay, and it just started playing like baking videos, which is kind of funny.
That your attention span is stronger than most. So now I'm going to give you a real challenge. For a minute, I'm going to sit here and you can't skip or click away. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that to you.
Dare.
Good night.
I kind of wish he did. That would have been kind of camp. A Nathan Fielder.
Live?
No. I'm recording the outro.
Oh, okay. Start over.
Hey, everybody. Sorry it's shaky. I'm in a car. Thank you all for watching the video. I know this was kind of an interesting topic that there are a lot more things to say about.
Asshole? Sorry.
So if
his eyes are so
any
blue.
additional thoughts,
Look at that. The fuck? It's like scary blue, you know? When it's like, don't look at me.
feel free to put them in the comments. I'm very interested in hearing what other people are saying. I got a text message. Sorry, I should be reading that. Feel free to like the video or comment the video, subscribe to the video if you feel like it. You don't have to.
Alright.
Emma Chamberlain is under fire.
Oh god. Loud Philly. We're gonna ease into the news with some Philly. Some Philly D. God, that was a jump scare if I've ever fucking... God.
Vice is dying.
Dude, he does the word thing. Wait, why? What? Does that work?
When deputies were caught on camera killing a man at a mental health facility, people are freaking out about this new deadly fungal infection. We're to talk about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, so buckle up. Deadly fungal infection. We're to talk about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, so buckle up, make sure you're subscribed, and let's just jump into it. Starting with, we need to talk about 45-year-old dentist from Colorado, James Craig. Because the reason James is in the news is that he and his wife Angela had been married for 20 years, they had 6 children together, but then seemingly out of nowhere on March 6th, Angela wasn't feeling well. She gets dizzy, she can't focus her eyes, her body just wasn't reacting right, and so they go to the hospital. With her then hospitalized again from March 9th to the 14th, and again last Wednesday. When going into the hospital the third time, she has a severe seizure and she's declared brain dead, with her then ultimately being taken off of life support on Sunday. And it's just this horrible, sad situation, but then there's a red flag. James, for some reason, insists that his wife not be autopsied. But luckily, he doesn't get his way. And the reason I say luckily is that one of James's business partners ends up telling a nurse,
That's always suspicious. That's always suspicious. You would think you would want one. That's your wife. You don't want to know... You don't want to know how she died?
It's about a shipment of potassium cyanide that James had received at his office, and saying that was a red flag because there was no reason to have that in a dental practice. So the nurse reports it to police, kicking off an investigation into Angela Craig's death. And as it turns out, over the course of
What the fuck? Dude, yeah.
weeks before and during Angela's hospitalizations, James had ordered 3 different poisons online. Those including arsenic, potassium cyanide, and oleandrin.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
But not only did he order these poisons, James's Google history is something to behold, with his reported searches including things like top 5 undetectable poisons that show no signs of foul play, and how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human. And according to his arrest warrant affidavit, James was poisoning his wife's protein shakes to kill her so he could start a new life with a different woman.
You're evil and dumb. Holy shit. What a piece of shit. Dude.
All of this was discovered. He's been arrested for murder. And as it turns out, one of the craziest things with this story is this wasn't even the first time that he poisoned her. And this time, Angela recognized the symptoms, even reportedly texting her husband on March 6th, "I feel drugged," with James reportedly replying at that time, "Given our history, I know that must be triggering. Just for the record, I didn't drug you. I am super worried though." But yeah, that's where we are. James has yet.
That's a weird ass response. What do you mean, given our history? What did that mean? What did you mean by that? You look really pale. Like in your lips even.
Be triggering. Just for the record, I didn't drug you. I am super worried though. But yeah, that's where we are. James has yet to enter a plea, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out, but I don't imagine a world where he is not in a box, whether it be prison or underground in the very near future. And then Carson Briere, you know, the guy that pushed down that wheelchair, while a lot of what happened was in the court of public opinion, he has now been legally charged, with him specifically getting hit with 3 misdemeanors: criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, and conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. And the other guy in the video who's now been identified as Patrick Karazi, he has also been hit with those same 3 misdemeanors. Then we've got the news that there's a deadly fungal infection rapidly spreading in US health facilities. But before you go thinking that The Last of Us is a documentary, do not freak out yet. Well, yes, according to the Washington Post.
Dude. Oh no. Oh no. Drug resistant, spreading at an alarming rate. Oh god. Oh god. It's not what you want to hear. Jesus Christ. What? I haven't heard about this. I hate it.
A deadly and highly drug-resistant fungus is spreading at an alarming rate in long-term care hospitals and other health facilities. It is reportedly not a threat to healthy people whose immune systems can fight it off. And according to Megan Lyman, a CDC
Well, fuck me, I guess. Must be nice.
the medical officer and lead author of the paper detailing the fungus's spread, there are a few antifungals in the pipeline, so that gives us some hope. And adding, we are glad to report it does not cause people to turn into zombies, because that is apparently something a medical professional had to make
Great. At least there's that. No zombie apocalypse yet.
clear. So I want you to be aware that this is happening, and obviously it's important that we all keep an eye on this, but I also thought it was important to include it on today's show, because if you look on social media, a lot of people are just kind of fear-mongering for clicks right now. And then you had Emma Chamberlain being dunked on for reportedly charging fans $10,000 for an Instagram DM, with people appearing to have taken screenshots from her merch shop that appear to show just that. For $10,000 or an installment plan where you're paying $902.58 a month, you can get a personalized DM from Emma Chamberlain, with the general response being, "This is tone-deaf and disgusting." Now for me, I personally agree that if this is real, it's one of the most tone-deaf things I've ever seen a creator do. And I say, you know, if this is a real offering, because right now I can't go to the product page. The site has since been taken offline, with it currently being under construction, and BuzzFeed News reporting that a representative for Chamberlain did not immediately respond to BuzzFeed News' request for comment. And there's part of me that's hoping that there's an explanation that's not, I'm trying to get $10,000 for an Instagram DM, and maybe it's like someone on her team made a demo page that they wanted to show Emma, and it happened to go live. And maybe they even priced it at $10,000 so no one accidentally purchased it. But also, having done this for 15 years, I've seen a lot of people blow up, get so high up on the mountain that is social media fame that the air is thin and the oxygen starts not going to their head anymore. But actually, fantastic news that broke right before I was about to upload this video. Emma's merch company just issued a response to Mashable, and it's actually kind of close to what I was hoping, with them saying that these are false and inaccurate claims, and explaining back in 2018, Emma's merch company was testing a prospective reward program related to Emma's merch without her knowledge, and saying in testing they created an outrageous, never activated reward level that was not intended to be active or purchased, noting these reward ideas were never run by Emma since they were not meant to be available for sale or reward, but simply intended for internal testing purposes. And then it gets very juicy with them saying, what we suspect is that data was activated and crawled by Google's SEO indexing system and discovered by an individual who then began spreading false information to press outlets. This was never made public and certainly was never planned to be sold or purchased. The test product was never discoverable on the main page or product listing site, which is another reason that Emma had no knowledge of this. And saying, with the internet's tendency to create false narratives around sensationalized stories, we wanted to provide you with the truth firsthand and from the source. The site is currently down for internal review. Well, I know everyone gets to have an opinion on this, right? Do we believe it? Do we not? I personally believe this narrative, right? Because the $10,000 Instagram DM thing, it would just be so uncharacteristically stupid of her. Which also, just for transparency's sake, so my bias is out there. Even though I'm not her main.
She works for fucking Louis Vuitton. I don't think she needs that. I don't think she needs that, dude. Like, yeah, it's very out of character. Like, I don't know that much about her, but I would hope that nobody would do that.
main demo. I'm a Emma Chamberlain fan. I don't know if I believe the bad actor narrative. I think someone might have just seen something and believed it. But that part also gets into proving intent, which I think is often hard to do. But hey, that's a situation. Now we've heard from the other side, and I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then musical artist Bad Bunny's getting sued by his ex-girlfriend. Her name is Carliz de la Cruz Hernandez, and according to the Associated Press, she is now seeking $40 million, claiming that Bad Bunny used a voice recording that she made before he was famous in his work without her permission. In it, according to the lawsuit, she says Bad Bunny Baby, and it's featured in 2 of his songs, as well as in promotions, concerts, television, radio, and social and musical platforms. And also claiming that since it was used, you have people referencing it whenever she goes out in public, which causes her to feel worried, intimidated, overwhelmed, and anxious. And very notably, all of this happening after May of 2022, where Bad Bunny's rep offered her $2,000 for the recording of her voice. She declined at that time, so Bad Bunny's record label reached out to her, but a deal was never reached. But still, the recording was used without her consent, which is why the lawsuit argued its publication constituted an act of gross negligence, bad faith, and worse still, an attack on their privacy, morals, and dignity, since all parties had and still have knowledge of these facts, and even so decided to be reckless and break the law. And as far as Bad Bunny, he hasn't commented on this lawsuit so far. And then, yesterday, you may have seen headlines like Amanda Bynes placed on psychiatric hold after roaming streets naked. TMZ broke the news, and it is true, but a lot of people have taken issue with the outlet's angling here. Because per TMZ's own report, a witness told them that Amanda was walking around downtown Los Angeles without clothes, and she flagged down a car, letting the driver know that she was coming down from a psychotic episode, with her then calling 911 herself and being taken to a police station where mental health professionals said that she should be placed in a 5150 psych hold. She was apparently not injured and is receiving care and will continue to be in the hospital for several days. So that's why you had a number of people on Twitter saying things like, I find it really disrespectful that the headlines say Amanda Bynes was found naked and alone and placed on a psychiatric hold, removing her agency. She was able to recognize that she was in psychosis, asked someone for help, and called 911 herself. That's fucking impressive. And saying these headlines portray her passively as if all this happened to her without her participation. They make it sound like she needed the police to decide how to handle her crisis and she played no role in that decision process. Others saying the fact that she even identified her situation and took action gives them a lot of hope. And personally, with Bynes, I just wish her well. This is heartbreaking. And also, I mean, the timing's notable. Just around a year ago, she was released from a conservatorship that she was under for 9 years, right, which some of you might remember she ended up getting into after all those incidents back in 2013. And I will say, if there is like a silver lining to this story, seeing the public conversation around this was kind of inspiring. I don't know if inspiring is the right word. It gave me a little bit of hope that for many of us, I'm including myself in this, that we're viewing mental health issues in a different way. Because there definitely was a time where Amanda Bynes' struggle and her suffering, she was kind of used like as a prop for other people's enjoyment to laugh at. And seeing kindness that would not have been there years ago, that makes me feel positive. And then we're currently looking at some drug shortages right now, with the American Society of Health System Pharmacists saying that drug shortages are the worst they've been in a decade. And Axios reporting some concerning specifics, noting that cancer drugs have been hit especially hard in recent months, noting short supplies of an injectable chemotherapy drug and one of several generics produced by an Illinois-based pharmaceutical company that had to shutter operations last month due to bankruptcy, manufacturing delays and increased demand also leading to shortages of several cancer drugs, and Pluvicto, which is used to extend survival among patients with metastatic prostate cancer, it's going to take months for that to be made available to patients again. With Jonathan McConaughey, director of the Division of Molecular Imaging and Therapeutics at the University of Alabama, saying in no uncertain terms, people will die from this shortage for sure. And especially with the cancer drugs, you have the FDA saying, hey, we're doing what we can to help companies meet the demand. But reportedly with these specific drugs, there are special challenges, with the associate director of the FDA's drug shortage staff saying they need to be made on very specialized manufacturing lines due to the nature of the manufacturer. And saying not only are we working with those companies to increase production, we're also working with them to qualify additional suppliers and sites and anything else they can do to increase supply. But in the meantime, there is going to be a very real human suffering. And then California lawmakers right now are setting up a showdown with Silicon Valley, with them planning to introduce legislation this week that would force companies like Facebook and Google to pay publishers for news content. And the so-called journalism usage fee would apply whenever they place a digital ad next to news content and force outlets to reinvest 70% of that cash into hiring journalists. And if any of this sounds kind of familiar, it's because, similar laws have been introduced to Congress at various points, or it's probably because places like Australia have famously had this showdown years ago and passed the law anyways. And so this California law likely to get similar pushback, with digital media companies like Meta threatening to just pull news completely from their platforms if the law is passed, with Meta saying that this law unfairly disregards any value we provide to news outlets, and generally arguing that news outlets wouldn't have the reach that they do if their articles weren't able to be freely posted across the web. But many outlets don't feel like...
What fucking value does Facebook provide? The content is the value, and it is user-generated. They're just making money from ads. Like, I don't... Like,
like it is a fair trade and feel that places like Facebook profit off of their work, saying most of those news places, they only get paid when readers actually read the article on their website. And based off how these social media platforms showcase these news articles, you could actually just read most of the article there, and saying that people are often just reading snippets of the article on the social media platforms. But right now, it's unclear whether the California law actually has a chance. And then Vice, the huge media outlet, is apparently dying, with there being reports that not only are they struggling to pay its vendors, but its staff as well. And according to one person who spoke to Insider about the situation, staff were told by former CEO Nancy Dubik that they, quote, needed to hit the numbers and then we can pay the bills. But clearly, Nancy could tell that the writing was on the wall because she abruptly bounced from the company last month. And her departure sent a clear message, as since then, others like Jesse Angelo, Vice's president of news and entertainment, have departed as well. And rumor on the street is that they're not the only high-level staff that are leaving this sinking
That sucks. That really sucks. I actually like Vice.
ship. And it's wild that we're talking about this today because Vice went from like one of the most valuable new kids on the block to this situation we're talking about today. Right back in 2014, they scored 2 investments from Disney worth $400 million and were in tentative talks for a $3.5 billion buyout. Though those talks fizzled, but possibly that was for the best, because then CEO and co-founder Shane Smith managed to score a $450 million investment from the private equity firm TBG, putting Vice's valuation at $5.7 billion. But then it started to go to shit. In 2018, Smith handed the company over to Nancy, whose job it was to find a buyer before Vice needed to start dividend payouts to TPG in 2020, with Nancy initially averting disaster by getting TPG to agree to accepting stock instead of cash, with part of that including a promise that Vice would be profitable by 2022, and that definitely did not end up being the case. By the end of the year, it missed its $700 million revenue goal by $100 million. And since then, the company's been downsizing. Vice France shut down back in February, killing off 30 jobs, with layoffs now reportedly common throughout the rest of the company. And even last week, they cut down video editors' jobs, which is a pretty bad sign considering that their videos were some of their best work. So now Vice is desperate for a buyer, but it's likely going to be a hard pill to swallow. Right, the most recent offer came from Group Black, and they offered just $400 million. Now remember, that's less money than a round of investment they got at a $5.7 billion valuation. Additionally, other bids that are allegedly in the works are in about that $400 million price range, even including one from former CEO Shane Smith and the Greek broadcaster Antenna Group. Right, they've invested in Vice in the past. However, I don't know how far that partnership's going to go. But ultimately, that's where we are. We're going to have to wait to see what happens, and make sure you're subscribed so you can stay in the loop. Purchase. And then we now have video of 7 cops killing a man in a mental health hospital. Right, what we're talking about here is the death of 28-year-old Irvo Otieno. The video of his death was released today. There is a lot to unpack. Also, to be clear, this is so graphic I can't show it on YouTube, but know that it is out there available for you to find, and we're gonna break it down. Right, so on March 6th, Otieno was taken to Central State Hospital, a state-run mental health facility, to be admitted. And during his admission, Otieno reportedly became combative, and the video begins with him being hauled into a room by the deputies. He's then placed onto the ground, and eventually all 7 deputies pile on top of him to restrain him while he was still in handcuffs and leg irons, with them reportedly holding him on the ground for 11 minutes, and during that time, Otieno died. At one point in the video, you can see an officer checking Otieno's neck for a pulse, and they stood around for a minute, then shaking his body, trying to get a response. They get none, and then they stand around for a minute. And it's not until several minutes after they pile off of him that a hospital employee comes over and begins CPR. And after about an hour of CPR, Otieno was pronounced dead, and they laid a white sheet over him. So with all this, you have the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner releasing a preliminary report noting the cause of death to be asphyxiation, which backs up what the prosecutor said in a hearing for charges against the deputies, saying they smothered him to death. And Otieno's mother also adding in a news conference with the family's attorneys last week, "My son was treated like a dog, worse than a dog. I saw it with my own eyes in the video. He was treated inhumanely, and it was traumatic, and it was systemic." Now, as far as the 7 deputies and 3 of the Central State Hospital employees, they have been arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The prosecutor also saying that more arrests and charges may be on the horizon. All this after all 7 deputies involved in Otieno's death turned themselves in to state police and were placed on administrative leave during the investigation. All the hospital employees also placed on leave pending their legal proceedings. And in addition to the state police investigation, the sheriff's department these deputies work for is also conducting an internal investigation, with the sheriff, Alyssa Gregory, saying the events of March 6th at their core represent a tragedy because Mr. Otieno's life was lost. This loss is felt by not only those close to him, but our entire community. However, the local police union, the Fraternal Order of Police, threw their support behind the deputies, saying on Facebook, "Policing in America today is difficult, made even more so by the possibility of being criminally charged while performing their duty. The death of Mr. Otieno was tragic, and we express our condolences to his family," but adding, "We also stand behind the 7 accused deputies."
Fuck the fucking police union. Get absolutely fucked. It's the only fucking union that should be illegal. Fucking asshole.
Now charged with murder. And so as far as what happens next, you have a grand jury set to review the case today, and the prosecutor's office saying that they're seeking an indictment for all 10 defendants. So we'll see what happens there. There may also be another layer to this case because there's some controversy regarding the video from the hospital, right? Because when I say the video was released, that may not be the most accurate way to describe it, right? Otieno's family and attorneys, they saw the video last week. They wanted it to be shared with the public, but you had the defense filing a motion against its release, saying that it would allow the prosecutors to influence the jury and prevent the defendants from having a fair trial. However, the Washington Post actually found the video in a Dropbox link in the public filing from the prosecutor, which is why you had at least one attorney for the defense expressing their displeasure, saying, "We are concerned that this response was filed by the prosecution with the intention of making the information available to the media and public after having received a motion by the defense seeking to prevent just such a disclosure." And the defending attorney saying that they are, quote, considering all legal remedies. So we wait to see how all this plays out. I'd love to know your thoughts here. And then Emmanuel Macron just barely avoided getting kicked off his throne of baguettes. So the French president, deeply unpopular right now. And that in part because of his incredibly unpopular pension reform bill that he absolutely insists on shoving through the government, with one of the key things being that it raises the retirement age for most people from 62 to 64. Right, numbers that might not sound crazy to outsiders like in the US, UK, and Germany, it's set at 65, 66, and 67 years old. But for many in France, 64, just not acceptable. Right, under the new reforms, you wouldn't get your full pension unless you work at least 43 years. So that means that many people would have to wait much longer, especially if you spend time in school or take breaks for birth and childcare. Which is why 2 weeks ago, we saw more than 1 million people pouring onto the streets of Paris and other cities to protest, and trade unions shutting down trains, schools, and oil and gas facilities. But Macron has plowed ahead anyway, arguing that the reforms are necessary to shore up a projected funding deficit for state pensions over the next quarter century. And all this getting to a point where last Thursday he made what many consider an undemocratic move, invoking Article 49.3, with that being a special constitutional power that lets him push the bill through Parliament without a vote. A key thing, that same article specifies that lawmakers can file a no-confidence motion in response so long as it's within 24 hours. And if that succeeds, not only is that bill dead in the water, the government has to resign as well. So they did just that with one motion put forward by the far-right National Rally, drawing only 94 votes of approval. But also another motion from a group representing various small parties was even more threatening, receiving 278 votes, which is just 9 short of a majority. So Macron absolutely escaped by the skin of his teeth. Though, very importantly, the opposition is now appealing to France's Constitutional Council, which will have up to a month to decide whether to block part or all of the law. And while all that's happening, the nationwide protests are continuing, with big demonstrations already taking place over the weekend, but even bigger ones exploding after the votes failed. You have people chanting in the
This is so fucking base, dude. This is what class solidarity looks like, dude.
streets, police arresting hundreds and pushing others back with tear gas. This all happening while trash collectors have been on strike for the past 2 weeks, so there's literally thousands of tons of garbage crowding the streets, which have also proved to be very convenient fuel for protesters looking to set Paris on fire, even leading to this game of whack-a-mole for firefighters. And understand, this is just the beginning. Unions are preparing for a nationwide general strike on Thursday, so it doesn't seem like things are letting up. And then, over the weekend, Putin apparently visited 2 occupied Ukrainian territories, Mariupol and Crimea, for the first time since the war began, and it did not go well. Right, with Mariupol, he tried to make himself seem like a man of the people coming to greet his thankful subjects, even driving himself through the city, though of course avoiding all the areas that were decimated by Russian bombing, with people identified by the Kremlin as local residents reportedly treating him as their savior, praying for him, and calling their new home a little piece of heaven. You know, the totally natural and spontaneous response that you'd have if your city was besieged and bombarded for several months. But then, when absolute bamf of a woman got close enough to the cameras to pop Putin's bubble, or just as he's about to speak, you can hear her shouting in the background, "It's all untrue, it's all for show." With Putin's PR team then absolutely seeming to fuck up because they left the heckler in the video that they uploaded to the official Kremlin website, only later taking it down and replacing it with an edited version 2 days after people noticed and made fun of him. But that's not where this ends, because now you also have this debate raging online about whether that's even Putin in the video, with an advisor to Mariupol's mayor suggesting that it may have actually been a body double, as well as an advisor to the internal affairs minister in Kyiv who posted 3 side-by-side photos of Putin, or at least what appears to be Putin, apparently highlighting discrepancies. And look, all of that's very speculative. I'm not a big fan of the tinfoil hat, but also it is worth to note that Ukraine's head of military intelligence has claimed to know of at least 3 doubles for Putin that used to stand in for him only on special occasions, and since the invasion have done so as more of a normal practice, and even adding that they got plastic surgery for the job, but that you can tell them apart by differences in height, body language, and earlobes. But to be clear, I am not saying that, and you can decide if you think that's true or not. Also of note, with Putin, though it is a different one, last week the International Criminal Court put out an arrest warrant for him, alleging that he's responsible for war crimes, particularly the deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia. Now, a thing to keep in mind is this is not going to have any concrete effects outside of maybe restricting his travel abroad, right, since Russia lies outside the court's jurisdiction, right? So it seems more about like for show and posturing, but also that is part of the reason we saw Moscow opening its own criminal case against the ICC prosecutor and the judges who issued the warrant. Also, while this is happening, he and President President Xi of China are getting closer and closer. The two are meeting this week, and it's especially important because it's the first time that Xi has gone to Moscow since the invasion, signaling China's support for Moscow, which has kind of remained this ambiguous thing, but now you have the leaders calling each other dear friends and expressing desire to deepen ties between their nations. The key thing, Xi's saying here that China is ready with Russia to stand guard over the world order based on international law, seeming to show solidarity against the U.S.
We can cooperate and work together to achieve our goals.
And then a Fox News producer was coerced into giving misleading testimony in the $1.6 billion Dominion lawsuit. Or at least that's what's now being alleged in a pair of lawsuits filed in New York and Delaware by Abby Grossberg, who has worked as a senior producer for Fox hosts Maria Bartiromo and Tucker Carlson, with a Delaware suit claiming Fox News attorneys acted as agents and at the behest of Fox News to misleadingly coach, manipulate, and coerce Ms. Grossberg to deliver shaded and/or incomplete answers during her sworn deposition testimony, which answers were clearly to her reputational detriment but greatly benefited Fox News. And adding that the concerted efforts and actions of Fox's legal team prompted Grossberg to give testimony in the Dominion suit that presented the actual facts in a false light in order to shift culpability away from senior Fox executives in the Fox Corporation. And that's actually very, very notable here because, as CNN notes, the Fox Corporation, the parent company of Fox News, they've asked to be dropped as a party in Dominion's lawsuit by arguing that it does not play a big role in coverage decisions at the network. But also beyond that, Grossberg alleges that this was all part of an attempt to shift the blame from the election lies that Fox willingly spread away from prominent male executives and hosts and onto herself and Bartiromo, with her arguing that the effort to blame the women stemmed from a deep-rooted culture of sexism and discrimination over at Fox. And specifically, Grossberg claimed that Fox's lawyer coached her in a coercive and intimidating manner before her deposition in the Dominion suit and directed her to make statements that made her look inept, with this including by encouraging her to give these vague answers and discouraging her from explaining that Bartiromo's team was unable to properly vet claims made about Dominion on air because it was so overstretched and understaffed. A fact that Grossberg specifically blamed on Fox's blatant disregard for women, noting that she was the only full-time employee dedicated entirely to Bartiromo's Sunday show, and her explicitly arguing in the New York suit that she left the deposition prep sessions with Fox's lawyers without knowing that by giving such false, misleading, and evasive answers like the ones Fox's legal team reacted to positively during the prep sessions, she not only opened herself up to civil and criminal liability for perjury, but was subtly shifting all responsibility for the alleged defamation against Dominion onto her shoulders and by implication, those of her trusted female colleague, Miss Bartiromo, rather than the mostly male higher-ups at Fox News who endorsed the repeated coverage of the lies against Dominion. Now, of course, with all this is in no way the only time Fox has ever been accused of having a sexist and discriminatory workplace culture, but some of the specific claims Grossberg made.
To be fair, I'm sure they are very sexist. But I don't know. I just didn't know. I'm just a small little bean. I just said what they wanted me to say. I just said what they wanted me to say. I don't think that works in court, honey.
Makes are fucking wild. Right, for example, Grossberg offered numerous horrifying details about how openly sexist the men who worked at Fox are, saying she heard her prior male superiors and colleagues at Fox News spew misogynistic phrases at her or within earshot on a constant basis, saying that a senior male producer and another male executive used sexist tropes to describe Bartiromo, including hysterical, diva, crazy bitch, and menopausal. Beyond that, she also claimed that she was denied promotions and generally treated way worse than male coworkers, even alleging that her boss at Tucker Carlson's show literally told her she was paid less than her male counterparts. And to that point, a ton of her specific allegations here center around her work for Tucker Carlson, who's also named in the suit along with members of his staff. For example, Grossberg claims that on her first full day of working for Carlson, she discovered that the show's workplace was plastered with large pictures of then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wearing a plunging bathing suit revealing her cleavage. Then the next day, her new boss asked her if Bartiromo was having sex with Kevin McCarthy. She also alleged that Carlson's staff would make racist jokes about Jews, use vulgar terms for women, and once held a mock debate to determine which female candidate for Michigan governor they would rather have sex with. And Grossberg saying that things got so bad, she actually complained about harassment from two male producers on Carlson's show, but when she did, HR pulled her into a meeting to tell her she was not performing her duties. Now, with all of that from her side, as far as how Fox has responded to all of this, we've seen the network seeking a restraining order to prevent Grossberg from sharing privileged information and placing her on administrative leave, and a spokesperson saying in a statement that the company has engaged an independent outside counsel to immediately investigate the concerns raised by Ms. Grossberg, which they claim were made following a critical performance review. And adding, her allegations in connection with the Dominion case are baseless, and we will vigorously defend Fox against all of her claims. But we also saw her lawyer pushing back on the claim that this is only all happening after she received a bad performance review. Now, with all that said, as far as how this is going to play into the broader Dominion suit, experts say that it could actually bolster their case by giving them an opening to raise questions about the credibility of key testimony from Fox employees who were deposed. But ultimately, to see how this plays out, we're going to have to wait. But that is where today's show ends. Thank you as always for being a part of my daily dives into the news. Hopefully it made today a lot more digestible. But as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Republicans have made it abundantly clear that their pro-life, anti-abortion stance is about nothing more than control. And that control is reaching dangerously new lows in South Carolina. Take a look at this headline. South Carolina bill to execute people who have abortions get support from 21 Republicans. Y'all keep that up. Go ahead and put Olay up. Let's go and do this thing, Olay. So let me get this straight, because I'm trying to dress this up. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. So these mofos who consider themselves pro-life, help me if I got this right. They pro-life, but now they want to pass a bill that will execute anybody, a woman who gets an abortion. Please make that make sense for me, because I don't.
It don't. It has nothing to do. And the only thing I can appreciate is it.
Yeah, they were never for life. They don't want to fund children eating at school. So I don't think they give a shit about life.
At least we don't have to deal with the Republicans engage in the politics of gaslighting, right? They keep you lost in a dance of trying to convince them that they're doing what they know that they're doing. And that's why they get away with things like pro-life and culture wars and all these different slogans they come up with to rebrand bigotry. But we've known from jump what's happening here. That's at the end of the day, they're not hiding their hand anymore. They've been clear. They immediately had trigger bans go into effect immediately. The conversations, even just what they authored in the opinion, Clarence Thomas made it a point, right? People talk about Roe versus Wade, but as a lawyer, so where you actually get your right to privacy, where the right to Roe versus Wade comes from a case called Griswold versus Connecticut, where they come up with this thing called substantive due process. And from that, you didn't just get the right to an abortion. You got the right to an abortion, the right to rear your own children's upbringing, the right to contraceptives in married relationship, the right to engage in gay marriage, the right to engage in interracial marriages, and a string of other rights. Clarence Thomas made it a point in his opinion to suggest that every single thing should be revisited and rolled back, except interracial marriage would impact them. So they've been clear from very jump what it is that they intend to do. This has never been about returning this to a state rights issue. This has never been with the will of the people, because the vast majority of this country supports abortion. This has never been about children or life or women or any other group that they make it their business to let us know they have no interest in protecting, they have no interest in listening to, and they have no interest in affording them the rights and protection. This has always been another way to control and to control a population that they historically had control of, and they've never been happy with releasing that control. So that's what you're watching, and they're using the courts, and they're using gerrymandering, and they're using everything in their power to circumvent the will of the people, to force their will on us, and they're going to do it at the expense of people's lives.
There it is. I mean, they're only about freedom when it's their kind of freedom. It's how they define freedom. So Olay, you did that, and one of our viewers on Twitch, MIWA, said exactly what you just said. GOP is pro-control, pro-power, and pro-capital. That's all they are. They don't give a damn about the people, and they made it abundantly clear. And I love how you put out rebranding bigotry. That's all they've done. But we've been around this corner several times in this nation's history. Right. So that same spirit, that same streak that they're using in the 21st century existed in the 20th century, existed in the 19th century, existed in the 18th century. This stuff ain't new. It is a repurposing or a rebranding. I love that, Olay, of the same bigotry that streams through the DNA of this country. This is what they're doing. King Solomon in the Bible. And I know everybody don't rock that way, and that's okay. But nothing new under the sun, baby. That's what it comes down to, even with bigotry. So proposed by State Rep Rob Harris, and we're going to put up his smug shot. The South Carolina Prenatal Equal Protection Act. Ain't this some... Woo, Lord, they're going to make me speak in tongues. The South Carolina Prenatal Equality Protection Act of 2023 would amend the state's criminal code to give a zygote or a fertilized egg equal protection under the homicide laws of the state, meaning obtaining an abortion could be punishable by the death penalty. This makes no sense whatsoever. Thank you, Common Dreams. These people are crazy. There's a smug shot. There's this man right here. You know what? If they were pro-life, they would be pro-education, pro-clean water, clean food, clean air, pro-making sure that people make a living wage. Hello, somebody? Is it pro those kinds of things? Pro-voting, pro-making sure that people can take care of the kids that they birth into the world. These folks are crazy as hell, America. South Carolina, get your folks. Get your bigots.
Isn't it interesting that they will manufacture rights only to criminalize other groups, but not to afford that group any rights, right? It's not that they're saying, hey, we recognize fetuses as people within in the sense that the government is obligated to protect them or provide the mother with resources for their health care to make sure that they're brought into this world, or to provide them with certain monetary assets. No, it affords you absolutely no other rights. Like, that's the thing, is people have this way of acting as though our country is in a debate about where life begins, but we're not. When life, whether or not your life is determined based on what your government has an obligation to you, who is a person, and what rights you're afforded, right? It starts when you're born. You have no rights that the government is interested in protecting as a fetus, but yet they will create a law to acknowledge you as a person, only to criminalize the women that carry you, not to afford you any protections, but only to further expand the group of people that they criminalize. And I say this to you, in a country where the majority of the people in your criminal system are Black and brown and poor, who are they expanding that to capture? Who are going to be harmed by that? Because it's not going to just be mothers. It's not going to just be white mothers or white pregnant people. No, it's going to be the exact category of people that they have always criminalized. That's who they're going to expand that to, and that's who is going to be most impacted with that. Not all of the Republicans and their families are going to still find the ways with the access and the money that they have to get the abortions that they need and get what they need to do. It's going to be the people that they've always historically criminalized and who they're trying to afford themselves the right to do it to now.
And this is what they specialize in, no doubt about it. And as if the bill was not crazy enough, let us go deeper into this bill. The bill does not include an exemption for people whose pregnancies result from rape or incest. And political commentator Brian Tyler Cohen noted its language is vague enough to suggest that some people who suffer miscarriages could become eligible for the death penalty. These fools. The exceptions provided by Harris include only people who are, quote, compelled, end quote, by others to have an abortion against their will, or people who continued pregnancies carry the threat of, quote, imminent death or great bodily harm, end quote, although numerous cases since the US Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade have demonstrated how exceptions to protect a pregnant person's life often puts their safety at risk. In other words, folks, there are many, many reasons why a woman might seek a damn abortion. It is part of healthcare. This ain't about, see, this is about y'all damn control. Let's just make it plain right here. And the sick irony of this is that Rob Harris was a registered nurse before turning into a politician. Okay, let me throw some damn papers on this.
Right. And in a country, I say this to people, in a country where the maternal death rate of Black mothers is 3 times that of everybody else, who do you think is going to suffer from miscarriages and all these different things being criminalized against them? Who is going to experience the brunt of that the most?
Yeah, those same people. Those same people. And the sick irony, I mean, if we can just dig even a little more deeper and dress this up for you. The sick irony of this is that Rob Harris, you know, that he was this nurse, and put this up, having worked as a registered nurse for 27 years, Rob has seen firsthand that life is precious and that we cannot measure it in years alone, but in how we affect those around us. Every day, Rob's work is guided by a concept called best practice, where he and his team must constantly reevaluate care based on what produces the best outcomes for the patient. Okay, we being punked right here. Critics are, of course, shocked and angered by this proposal, and that it would even have any support at all. I don't know why they shocked at it. Let's put this up by Kasim. 21 Republicans in South Carolina sponsored bill to execute women who seek an abortion. It defines a fertilized egg as a human and appears to list no exceptions. Executing women is not fringe. GOP, it's your horrifically mainstream pro-life GOP. One Republican in South Carolina legislature not on board with the lunacy, thank God there's one, is Representative Nancy Mace, who spoke on the House floor last Friday about the bill. Mace is a survivor of rape. This is what Representative Mace had to say. To see this debate go to dark places, the dark edges have been deeply disturbing to me as a woman, as a female legislator, as a mom, and as a victim of rape. These fools are crazy.
But that's the problem. That's the problem when you're interested in supporting tyranny and bigotry when it doesn't impact you. The only reason why she's up now is because she happens to have been an individual. This time, her party is lobbying for something that would impact her negatively, right? But the problem is you're comfortable being in party and endorsing all the ways in which they're trying to do what they're now trying to do to women like you, to everybody else. And that's the bigger problem when we don't have a politic that's bigger than us. So your politics is not about people, but it's about you and people similarly situated to you.
And just, I mean, you're right. I mean, all manner of other things I'm sure she has supported. I mean, look, I'm glad you spoke out on this, but other things that ensure equality of life. It is very clear what these Republicans are doing. And instead of attacking reproductive rights in this horrifically disturbing way, Rob Harris and his 21 other cronies need to address the poverty rate in South Carolina. How about that?
Right.
If you truly want to be pro-life, how about addressing poverty rates in the great state of South Carolina? But they're not going to do any of that. Sarah Huckabee wants to make child labor great again. This is what this Make America Great Again foolishness is all about. The Arkansas Governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, signed a law this week rolling back requirements that the state verify the ages of workers under 16. Ain't this some sugar? Okay, fill the blank with something else. The governor of Arkansas, she did, because I don't even know if the chick got kids, but if she got kids, they ain't gonna be the ones exploited. That we can guarantee you. It's gonna be Big Mama and Big Papa's kids exploited. And additionally will provide children with work certificates permitting them to work. The new law signed by the Republican governor applies to those who are 14 and 15 years old. Most cases, Arkansas businesses can employ those under 14. Here's more details on the bill that she signed. We're gonna put this up, team. Under the Youth Hiring Act of 2023, and they got the nerve to name it. Lord have mercy on my black soul. Under the Youth Hiring Act of 2023, children under 16 don't have to get the Division of Labor's permission to be employed. The state also no longer has to verify the age of those under 16. That is some bull sugar. Before they take a job, the law doesn't change the hours or kinds of work or kinds of jobs kids can work. Y'all know this bunch of BS. This is coming from NPR. And there was obvious pushback on this as well. There should be nationwide outrage. Matter of fact, look, I'm trying to send the DOJ in all the time. Send the DOJ in on this chick. Because if she ain't got an attorney general that is duly elected opposite from her to say, no, governor, this is wrong all day long. Now all mamas and daddies and play mamas and play daddies and everybody else need to be upset about this, because children will be exploited. And they talk about they pro-life. What? They not pro-quality of life. See, there's a difference. They ain't pro-quality of life. They just are not. But the opponent, so the pushback, let's say put up with the pushback. The governor believes protecting kids is most important, but this permit was an arbitrary burden on parents to get permission from the government for their children to get a job. All child labor laws that actually protect children still apply, and we expect businesses to comply just as they are required to do so now. Now, they know good and well they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. Somebody's gonna mess up and overplay the rules, and they know this, but they don't care. They just don't care. But opponents say the work certificate protected vulnerable youth from exploitation before she did this. This is a real issue because child labor violations have risen since 2015. It's happening in real time. Let's put up this graph. Child labor violations had been declining for years. Then after 2015, they started going back up. They started creeping back up. Why is that? Hazardous occupation, child labor. I mean, this is happening right now in real time in the good old US of A. But it's not just Arkansas. Other states are looking to make it easier for teens to be a part of the brutal workforce. In Iowa, let's go ahead and travel from Arkansas to the great state of Iowa. Bill to adjust Iowa child labor rules advance. Teenagers would be allowed to work longer hours in a wider array of jobs under the bill that cleared an Iowa Senate subcommittee. Oh, I sigh deeply on this. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, a bill is looking to allow some teenagers to work in meat packing plants and construction, respectively. And that is in Minnesota. I tell you, you know what? This is wrong all day long. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It was really interesting to hear Sarah Huckabee Sanders and her supporters on this talk about this as like this tedious government intrusion that it gets between young people and their parents and the government when they want to work. We're talking about a 1-page form, right? It's not like she's making it sound like it's some awful, tedious thing. It is a 1-page form. The fact that they're getting rid of it is awful. It's really like a way to roll back our country into something that is pretty terrible. And I think the point about young people working in things like meat packing plants and factories, that is so dangerous at a time when you rightly point out how we already have these rising numbers of workplace violations involving young people, right? And so it's just obviously a recipe for disaster. I think anybody can see that.
Yeah, you know what, Bridget, their family values have gone straight out the window because they really have none. And children can't.
Family values my ass. They never had them. Like, what? Family values of abusing your family? Family values of requiring your child to work to support the family? Like, none of it's good.
Can be exploited. They were exploited for a long time in this country. Children worked in coal mines. You know, one of the great unionists comes to mind, Mother Jones. That was one of the things that she was an advocate against. She really stood up for minors and she stood up for children who had to work in those mines and was just absolutely disgusted by what she saw. And these people, I mean, whether it's teaching Black history, whatever it is, these Republicans certainly are rolling back the hands of time. Mamas and daddies, and play mamas and daddies, y'all should not be happy about this. This governor is wrong. Children are going to be exploited. They're already being exploited in this country, and this is wrong. And damn it, if you paid their mamas and their daddies more money, because I come from a family where, you know, hey, I had to work to help.
Imagine.
If you paid their parents more money,
I'll be back.
Wouldn't be going down this route.
Fiery protests erupting France, all across France, after the government forced through controversial plans to raise the country's retirement age from 62 to 64. President Emmanuel Macron resorted to constitutional powers because he did not have enough votes to pass the bill. At least 310 people detained overnight in clashes between police and protesters who say the pension overhaul is unfair and unnecessary.
Yeah, the people in France, they just not gonna take it. As you heard, this pertains to Macron's government seeking to increase the country's retirement age from 62 to 64. He did not have the vote, so he resorted to using the Constitution, totally going against the will of the people. I guess he doesn't want another term. We shall see. The people of France get to make that decision. But French President Emmanuel Macron will trigger special constitutional powers to enact the proposed pension reform bill. Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne announced Thursday in the National Assembly, which had not yet voted on the proposal. Now, members of the French Parliament also made their voices heard, protesting the decision through solidarity. Check out this video. See, that's how you do it. All that genteel stuff that we got going on in the United States of America, baby, they making it known. Those were members singing the French national anthem, drowning out the voice of Prime Minister Borne, letting them know they stand in solidarity with the people. Since Macron did not have the votes he needed for his scheme, he enacted Article 49.3. And here's more on what that article does. Article 49.3, the French Constitution enables a government to push a bill through the National Assembly, France's lower house of the parliament, without a vote. But over the past decade, Article 49.3 has increasingly been seen as an undemocratic tool used by the government to strong arm lawmakers. You got that right. They need to go ahead and change Article 49.3. Right? And let's hear from the union leader, what this leader had to say. By resorting to constitutional Article 49.3, the government demonstrates that it does not have a majority to approve the 2-year postponement of the legal retirement age. Laurent Berger, the head of the CFDT, 20. Now, protests have been ongoing since mid-January, with millions showing up across France to protest this decision, and labor leaders are calling for more. Let's look at this. Labor leaders in France called for new demonstrations, with several thousand people converging at Paris Place de Concorde and in several other cities in France on Thursday evening. So, Mayor, it seems as though the brothers and sisters, family and friends in France are not just gonna sit idly by and make this easy for Macron.
Yeah, and listen, I think this is
The French really know how to do it, if you know what I'm saying.
it's a national, or I should say an international attack on workers. We see, and I know the French government, Macron saw it, studies that said the 4-day work week is a better idea. This idea that we need people working longer and more is based in nothing other than greed. And Macron is absolutely disgusting in the fact that he's willing to invoke 49.3, which is absolutely undemocratic. We take away the voice of the people's house. That's the French people's house. And and it is absolutely disgusting when you see Bowen doing the work in the let's say trying to get the far right extremists of French politics to partner with them. And even the far right extremists are not willing to partner with them and saying that after this invoking the 49.3, this government should step down, including the prime minister. This is the problem where you have presidents and prime ministers on the side of big business, not just in America, but everywhere, where you're trying to squeeze more out of people. The idea that we're living longer so we can work longer is a false idea that people should not buy into. It started in 1983 in the United States when they upped the retirement age, where you get full retirement from 62 to 67, and we see it happening now in France. It is absolutely disgusting, and I love to see union and people taking the streets since January, we've seen millions of people, and it's exciting. And I hope the same thing happens here around work and the retirement age.
I do too, Mayor. We need to take a page out of their book over in France. They don't just sit by, and you know what? They don't deify elected officials. And that's our problem here, one of the problems here in the United States. So Macron is obviously throwing his whole political career away because he wants to work the people of France just 2 more years. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense that he is doing that. Far-right National Rally Party would file a no confidence motion. The mayor just brought that up. And communist lawmakers Fabien Roussel said such a motion is ready on the left. So when you got the left and the right coming together, Macron, you're done, brother. One communist lawmaker called the presidential power a political guillotine. Others called it a denial of democracy that signals Macron's lack of legitimacy. Man, I gotta give it to him, man. They calling it what it is. The silver lining of this is that many parties are coming together saying hell no to Macron. More importantly, the people of France, this is the most important thing. The people of France have had enough, as they should. Now I'm going to say it one more time, one more good time. America, we need to wake up. We need to take to the streets as well. Take it to the streets, especially if the GOP takes power in 2024. Last June, the Republican Study Committee released a budget plan, including a number of suggested reforms for Medicare and Social Security, including raising the eligibility ages for each program to 67 and 70 in an effort to strengthen the viability of the program. Some presidential candidates like Republican Nikki Haley have also proposed raising the retirement age as part of their platforms ahead of the 2024 election. Now, something is wrong with this, man. You just laid that out. And if the people of America don't get a clue really quickly, they're gonna be able to do to us again what you laid out that they did in the 80s if we don't get a clue from what is happening in France and take to the streets and let them know we're not gonna take it, and do not even entertain electing anybody who says they wanna continuously increase the retirement age in this country.
Yeah, and I think we gotta recognize a few things. And the first one of those things is raising the retirement age is actually lessening the benefits for retirement. So you're actually cutting, when you raise someone's age, when you put people in the workforce for more years, you're actually cutting their benefits from Social Security. So we not even need to play games and mince words about that. That's the first thing. The second thing we need to recognize and be honest with ourselves is saying that people can work longer is actually killing Black people earlier. We know that maybe rich white people with college educations can afford to work 3 more years and not have it affect their lives, but for Black people, The idea that people can work longer is not a real thing. This is a racist idea, and we should really dive into the fact that trying to tell black people that they have more years to work doesn't make sense when we have shorter lived experiences than white folk, right?
Yeah,
our life expectancies are shorter, and those years when people are working longer, it's because they're trying to benefit or offset the life cost that's associated with the small monies they're getting from life earnings and also what Social Security can offer. So it's absolutely disgusting. It's a racist policy, and we need to name that. And on top of that, who the hell needs to be working till they're 70?
I know, it makes no sense unless they just want to do it, but they shouldn't have to do it because they have to do it. And that is the problem in this country. And as we're seeing around the world, that these wealthy elites don't want working class people to have any type of quality of life. It is immoral, it is insane, and it shouldn't happen. America, let's not be complicit in our own demise.
Knew this was going to happen eventually. South Carolina Republicans have proposed a law that would give women the death penalty if they engage in their right of choice, abortion. Let me give you the updates. Let's put up the picture of the glorious Capitol. All right. Updates from the South Carolina Senate. The Republican assault on women's rights is charting a new territory, as South Carolina Republican lawmakers are now considering a bill which would make women who get an abortion eligible for the death penalty. Here are some of the details.
This is so fucking awful. I know we talked about this a little bit already, but it's just unbelievable. How the fuck are you calling yourself pro-life? It's beyond parody.
The bill being considered in South Carolina, dubbed the South Carolina Prenatal Equal Protection Act of 2023, would redefine person under state law to include a fertilized egg, giving it at the point of conception equal protection under the state's homicide laws, including the death penalty. The new definition opens up women to be charged with crimes such as battery, attempted murder, and even homicide. There is no exception for rape or incest. These proposals have been so disturbing that even Republican South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace has been horrified at the prospects. Mace is not only a Republican lawmaker, but one who legislates in South Carolina, where the bill is originating. Despite this, she is denouncing her colleagues. Mace instead relates to the pain victim of her party's legislation field through intimate aspects of her womanhood and her humanity, saying, and I quote, "To see this debate go to the dark places, the dark edges, where it has gone on both sides of the aisle, has been deeply disturbing to me as a woman, as a female legislator, as a mom, and as a victim of rape." Mace continued in the following statement with a personal plea to her party to end its tyranny. "I was raped as a teenager," she said, at the age of 16. "This debate ought to be a bipartisan debate where we balance the rights of women and we balance the right to life. But we aren't having that conversation here in DC. We aren't having that conversation at home. We aren't having that conversation with fellow state lawmakers." Let's put up the map. The egregious bill is following a certain misogynistic trend laid out over our early and recent history. You see, since the infamous Roe v. Wade ruling, Republican-led states have been limiting abortion access and punishing the women seeking healthcare under new law. This is the infographic of the bans thus far. Notice anything? 18 Republican states have succeeded in limiting the autonomy of their residing women, while the courts of 8 states, including Arizona and Wyoming, have successfully blocked such efforts upon the rights of women. Representative Rob Harris wrote the bill, and so far, it has attracted 21 co-sponsors to date. Now, what did they co-sponsor? let's be very clear what they are co-sponsoring. They're saying even if a child is raped, and that child seeks an opportunity to be free of their rapist, that child will get a harsher penalty than the person who raped them. That's the law. That's what they are proposing, the law of the land. How insane is that?
But also, at what point do you enact the death penalty, i.e. murder that child? Are you gonna murder them after they bear the child? Then you're gonna take care of it. Oh, and then we'll kill the mom. Great, amazing, family values, love it. That, I mean, it is pure evil, doctor. Like, I can't get over, it is pure evil to do this to people. And yet, look, I did some reporting in El Salvador, I talk about it a lot. Same thing there. When you enshrine the rights of the unborn, so to speak, in any constitution, as that country has in their constitution, all rights of women or anyone who can get pregnant completely go away. They completely go away, and there are people currently serving in that country 30 years to life because they supposedly had an abortion. A lot of them didn't know they were pregnant, they had miscarriages. So that's where this is all going. When you criminalize abortion, you criminalize even women who do want kids and even women who do want a full-termed healthy baby. You criminalize all reproductive rights and you criminalize families.
Yeah, and here are the bills you don't see corresponding with this legislation. You don't see a bill that says child support must now begin at conception.
Of course.
You don't see a bill that mandates insurance companies to cover the fertilized egg at conception. You don't see any of these corresponding bills allowing the critique to be placed in front of them. This is not about protecting anyone other than feeding red meat to your red base.
We've got a rich dude, bro, exposed on video pushing a disabled student's wheelchair down the stairs. We need to talk about the devastating situation around Eden Night. We've got Ben Shapiro wanting to punish poor kids and their families. The Pentagon just dropped some This You footage. There's a 50% off sale over at beautifulbastard.com on select items. That's ending in 24 to 36 hours. We're gonna talk about all of that and so much more on this brand new Philip DeFranco show, so buckle up, make sure you're subscribed, and let's just jump into it. Let's talk about this douchebag who thought it was a great idea to push a wheelchair down a flight of stairs that's now made national news. All right, so let's break it down. Last weekend, there was security footage from a bar in Erie, Pennsylvania that went viral on Twitter. And that video shows a stairway of a bar that's packed with people, and at the top of the stairs is an unoccupied wheelchair. Several people pass the chair, there's no problem, there's no incident, and then 3 young men walk up to it and kind of linger. That is, before one of them sits in the chair, stands back up, and then proceeds to push it down the stairs before moving into the crowded room. And that charming young gentleman, as it turns out, is 23-year-old Carson Briere, notably the son of Danny Briere, a former NHL player, and in fact, the interim general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers. Right, so the video was taken over the weekend, the video gets posted on Tuesday, and on Thursday, as I'm recording this, it has around 30 million views. And keep in mind, that's just the original video. And the original poster of that video identified the wheelchair as belonging to Sydney, a double amputee who needed to be carried to the restroom downstairs, which is why the chair was left unattended. So that's why with this, we saw a GoFundMe started to help her cover the cost of her damaged chair. And as far as Carson, he became public enemy #1 for a lot of people. Both he and his father trying to defuse the situation.
What a fucking piece of shit. Dude, I wasn't sure about this whole story. I didn't know the details, but dude, what an absolute heartless piece of shit. Why would you ever do this?
Issuing apology statements on Tuesday. Carson saying, "I am deeply sorry for my behavior on Saturday. There is no excuse for my actions, and I will do whatever I can to make up for the serious lack of judgment." And in fact, Mercyhurst University even released a statement saying that Carson was sorry, but adding, "The actions displayed in the video make our hearts heavy and fall short of our mercy belief in the inherent dignity of each person. We pray for and are in solidarity with the victim and all persons with disabilities who rightfully find actions like this to be deeply offensive." But adding, "Our mercy tradition also reminds us that students and all people who make poor choices deserve opportunities to learn, change behaviors, and atone for harmful actions." Though, of course, with that, you have people going, so is nothing gonna happen to Carson? Is it because of his famous dad? And regarding that, as far as what we know, the Mercyhurst athletic program has reportedly suspended Carson from the hockey team, and the other 2 dude bros in that video have been suspended from their respective teams. Though those suspensions are pending the outcome of an investigation, I imagine both into the incident as well as just kind of checking out to see when people are gonna forget this happened. Though reportedly, the Erie police chief is also launching an investigation into the incident. So we'll see what happens there, but as far as the court of public opinion, people do remain skeptical of Carson, it seems, in general. And that seems to be connected to the belief that this is not this outlier and that this is maybe just another example of a trend, with people looking into his background and finding that he was actually dismissed from the Arizona State University hockey program back in 2019. That for, quote, a clear violation of team rules and that he was not a culture fit for the team. The ESPN reporting that it wasn't just a single incident, saying his dismissal came from repeated behavioral problems. Also, as far as Sydney, the owner of the wheelchair, she said on Twitter that the donated money collected will be donated in turn to other disabled people who really need it. So, you know, a little bit of a silver lining. And of course, with this story, I'd love to know your thoughts regarding Carson and the whole situation. But I guess in the meantime, remember, there are people with disabilities out there. And if you see a wheelchair, probably just stay away from the wheelchair. Treat it like it is a wheelchair in an abandoned mental hospital. Nothing good will come from fucking with it. And then, if you've never heard the name Eden Knight, I want you to listen up, because after you hear this story, it's gonna be a hard name to forget. Right, so she's a 23-year-old woman from Saudi Arabia who came to the United States for college, and during the pandemic, she came out as trans. With friends telling Vice that not only was she well-read, hilarious, and so fucking smart, she also wanted to be a leader for trans people. But by last spring, she had graduated and her visa had expired, so she's seeking legal pathways to stay in the US. With a big part of this being her fearing her conservative Muslim family back home won't accept her. So she moves in with a woman named Bailey and her husband in Columbus, Georgia, because—
Dude, this is so sad. Shit's really fucked up. Trigger warning. America.
because they're looking to host and support homeless trans people. And Eden was the absolute perfect addition to their family, getting her nails done with Bailey and caring for their son so well, she was gifted a bracelet with the word aunt etched into it. Plus, at this time, she begins medically transitioning through hormone therapy, which apparently improved her mental health. And then in August, a man calls Eden on the phone offering to help repair her relationship with her parents, and she buys it. Right? His name is Michael Pocalico. He's a former Republican official and CEO of Special Investigations, a DC contractor. And to Eden, he seems innocuous enough, so she moves out to Washington following his suggestion, where she meets him and, more importantly, a Saudi lawyer by the name of Bader, with the latter of the two housing her in an apartment, buying her meals, and connecting her with therapists, all while subtly pushing her to detransition, constantly telling her that she looks like a man and a confused teenager, according to Eden, who said nobody misgenders me so purposefully like he does. And as she became dependent on him, even fearing that she might get deported if she ran away, she buckled, with him reportedly forcing her to dress masculine and stop hormone therapy. He then buys her a flight back to Saudi Arabia, and she later discovers the truth. Bader and Michael had been hired by her fucking parents. So she flies back in December, and her home life is a nightmare, with her family allegedly berating her, calling her a freak, her parents confiscating the hormones she tried to take in secret on more than one occasion, with her then apparently taking her own life, with her family announcing on Twitter this week that a young man with her name had died. And in a note detailing the entire story that she publicized before her death, Eden said, "I hope that the world gets better for us. I hope our people get old. I hope we get to see our kids grow up to fight for us. I hope for trans rights worldwide." You also had her friend Zoe say, "This is as much a murder as a suicide. The things that she was going through were so insane that it wasn't just a mental health issue. I don't think most people could survive that, trans or otherwise." And with this being another heartbreaking story, I don't know.
I don't know, like, who could survive this much fucking abuse. It's awful. It's truly awful.
What to do, because I feel like there's so many people in this world that are just locked. Like, how many times can I cite all the studies showing how gender-affirming care improves mental health and reduces suicidality for trans people? How many times can we talk about how only a tiny fraction of people who transition feel any regret afterward? Because it often feels like talking to a wall that's already made its decision, validating their ignorant feelings with outlier stories.
Talking to a wall that's already made its decision. You could just say talking to a wall. Yeah.
And boom, there you go. And this is true to so many of the villains in this story, but especially the two men at the center of it. You better hope there's not a hell. There's blood on your hands, and all the lies that you tell yourself to make you feel like maybe you're a good person, it doesn't change the reality of the situation, and deep down somewhere, part of you knows that. And finally, for anyone that's watching this story, whether you be trans or any part of the LGBTQ+ community, well, I can never fully understand because I am not in your head, and that is not my lived experience. Please know that you are valid. Please know that you are loved. That for all the hate in this world, there is so much acceptance and love. And know that when you are not met with love and acceptance, just because you are living your own life, not hurting a fucking other soul, that doesn't mean anything about you. It's about them. But I also know for you, these are just words in passing. So I do want to link, of course, to resources down below that can hopefully help. And then if you got in trouble at work, like, what do you think would happen? Or do you think you'd get like a write-up, a slap on the wrist of some sort, maybe even have your hours docked if you're an hourly employee? Well, according to a new court ruling out of the 3rd U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, your PTO is on the table as well. Your paid time off could go bye-bye, with the ruling stemming from a lawsuit between Beata Home Healthcare and its salary-exempt employees, which specifically means employees who are paid a flat salary regardless of how many hours they've worked. Right at the company, these employees will get extra compensation if they met certain productivity goals, which is fairly fairly standard at companies with salary-exempt employees. However, there were also punishments for missing those targets. In those cases, the company would actually take away PTO hours that employees had accrued, which led to the workers suing under the Fair Labor Standards.
What the fuck? Taking it away? You can't just give them PTO and then take it away. That's so fucked up, dude. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. Wow. Wow, I hate capitalists so fucking much.
Standards Act, with them arguing that the PTO was part of their compensation, and saying because of that, according to a Department of Labor fact sheet, an exempt employee must receive the full salary for any week in which the employee performs any work, regardless of the number of days or hours worked. Right, so they argued, as long as we show up for at least 1 hour during the week, we're entitled to the PTO. Though the company clearly disagreed and pointed out that in instances where a poor worker didn't have any more PTO, it's not like they'd start docking their pay. Right, part of the argument was that the punishment can only go so far. We also ended up seeing the court disagreeing with the employee, saying that the PTO does not qualify as compensation and is instead a fringe benefit because it's paid irregularly, such as when it's taken or when an employee leaves the company. But before you freak out and you're like, oh my god, is my company gonna do this? This decision, as of now, is only binding for the areas covered by the 3rd District, which is like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. But I'll never say never, because this does open the door for other courts to agree or disagree when something happens in their district. And then, sell TikTok or it's getting banned. That's the official stance that the Biden administration is reportedly taking on TikTok and its Chinese ownership. Or the US government versus TikTok, it's a battle that's been going on for a while now, and there's currently legislation floating around that could ban the app, with there being plenty of security concerns regarding the Chinese government's ability to access private user data on the app, as well as use its algorithm to spread misinformation. And yesterday we saw a TikTok spokesperson saying that the Biden administration wants Chinese ownership to sell the app, or it's going to potentially get banned. But apparently, at least according to the New York Times, that demand was made to TikTok in recent weeks. But you have TikTok arguing that a sale really isn't going to solve any issues, saying, if protecting national security is the objective, divestment doesn't solve the problem. A change in ownership would not impose any new restrictions on data flows or access. And adding, the best way to address concerns about national security is with a transparent US-based protection of US user data and systems with robust third-party monitoring, vetting, and verification, which we are already implementing. Also, as places like NPR have noted, a sale like this would have to get the okay from Chinese officials who have been far from enthused about the idea. And we've already seen TikTok try to work with the US in the past. Right, you had the Committee on Foreign Investment in the US examining TikTok's data safeguards, with the app responding by pledging $1.5 billion on a project that would keep the US data on US servers. But as concerns have grown, the committee has rejected that project, with all of that now leading us to this new ultimatum. So I'll keep my eyes on this. We're gonna have to wait to see what happens, but make sure you're subscribed so you stay in the loop. And then, hungry people don't exist because I've never met one. That's literally what Minnesota Republican State Senator Steve Drazkowski said to argue against a bill that would provide universal free breakfasts and lunches to all public school students.
I have yet to meet a person in Minnesota that is hungry. Yet today. I have yet to meet a person in Minnesota that says they don't have access to enough food to eat. Now, I should say that hunger is a relative term, Mr. President. You know, I had a cereal bar for breakfast. I guess I'm hungry now.
Oh, there's so many douchebags in this story. Imagine having the audacity to say that, period. But the fact that this man is a politician, it really brings the insane stupidity to another level. I'm starting to feel like if you've never been poor, you shouldn't be able to take a public office. Because this schmuck's full-throated.
What a fucking douchebag. Fucking douche nozzle. I haven't met anyone who's hungry. Oh, so you haven't met anybody. You haven't met the majority of people. Like, the fuck. Oh, you don't talk to your constituents, is what you're telling me.
Admission of being completely out of touch with the people that he represents is wild. Right? I'm not talking about feelings here. I'm talking about data. Specifically, data from the Hunger Free Schools campaign showing that 1 in 6 children in Minnesota is food insecure. But also, 25% of those children are not eligible to get financial help with school meals because it's a means-tested program, which is exactly why supporters of the bill say it is needed, because it can close the gap for families in Minnesota that don't qualify for free or reduced school meals but still struggle to pay for them. And what's more, according to Democrat Senator Heather Gustafson, who wrote the bill, 1 in 5 students in Senator Drazkowski's district qualifies for free and reduced lunch. But also, unsurprisingly, that wasn't the only stupid thing Drazkowski said regarding the bill. He also argued the estimated $200 million a year the measure is estimated to cost would be better spent on addressing learning issues at schools. But as Gustafson pointed out, this will do exactly that, saying, being hungry makes learning almost impossible. There is no worksheet or assignment, test, or project that will matter to a student who hasn't had anything to eat. Right? And studies have shown time and time again that kids fucking need food to be able to learn and focus, and feeding students actually helps performance. Beyond that, $200 million a idea in this specific context is not very much to provide every single public school kid 2 free meals 5 days a week, especially when you consider the fact that education receives the second biggest amount of funding in Minnesota's budget and that the state lawmakers are working with a $17.5 billion budget surplus this year. Now, all that said, the good news here is that the Senate did actually pass the bill, and since it's already been passed in the House, it's now expected to be signed into law by the Democratic governor. But Truskowski wasn't the only person saying stupid shit about school lunches and child hunger this week. You also had this clip of Ben Shapalapa Ding Dong going viral where he's arguing against making school lunches free.
School lunches are not going to solve the problem of child hunger at any serious level. If there is a problem of children actually starving, that is a child endangerment scenario to which CPS needs to be called. If you're talking about like actual child starvation, the truth is it does not take that much money to feed a child. I know I have 3 of them.
That's right, it's not hard to feed your kids. There's no excuse. Just become a massively successful grifter. Stoke the flames of a culture war. Peddle in intellectually dishonest or ignorant opinions. Get a career based off of dunking on teenagers who don't have a college degree yet. And boom, you could feed 3 kids like Ben. Also, I just love that the core of this argument is, the government shouldn't be stepping in and paying for these kids' lunches. If the parents can't pay for the kids to eat, we should pay people to take those kids out of the home, place them somewhere where all of a sudden...
It's so fucking heartless, dude. Not pay the parents a living wage. Like, not even in the question for Ben.
The care for that child is also subsidized. But I'm also getting ahead of myself because, he's just factually wrong on a multiple level. First of all, he's totally mischaracterizing the situation. Kids can be food insecure or hungry without being physically starved, right? That's on the very extreme end of a very big spectrum. What's more, he's wrong that school lunches don't have an impact on child hunger, especially for families dealing with sky-high food prices due to inflation combined with the winding down of many pandemic-era programs that help reduce household hunger nationwide to the lowest ever. And these universal free lunch programs in particular are incredibly impactful. If you don't know, during the pandemic, the Department of Agriculture waived school meal eligibility requirements so schools could offer free meals for all students. And according to a study by the Food Research and Action Center, 95% of school nutrition staff surveyed said that the waivers helped reduce child hunger in their districts during the 2021.
Turns out that if you give kids food, then they're like less hungry. Wow. Wow.
22 school year. Beyond that, school lunches make up a lot of the meals that students have, which is also something Representative Ted Lieu put really well in a tweet responding to Benny Boy's absolute dumb fuckery. Dear Ben Shapiro, your remarks are dumb. Let's do math. Say a kid should eat 21 meals a week. School lunches provide 5 of those meals, solving nearly 1/4 of the problem. That's pretty good. Oh, and how about you miss one of your meals 5 days a week and see how you feel? And keep in mind with Ted, that's just him talking about school lunches. Right? Just in 2019, the Agriculture Department also funded $2.5 billion free or low-cost breakfast to kids in need. And for universal free lunch programs that also provide free breakfast like California's and the one expected to go into effect in Minnesota, we're talking about kids getting almost half their meals at school. Also, going back to Shapiro saying Child Protective Services needs to get involved, I'm in no way the only one calling that out. With this group, including the likes of Hassan Piker, who tweeted, 9 million children in the richest nation on earth live in food insecure homes. Mr. Protect Our Kids claims the best thing for the small government to do is kidnap them and put them in the foster.
It is not an individual failing. It's not an individual problem. This is a massive systemic issue.
Foster care system instead of offering free lunches or child tax credits. It's probably way more expensive to fund enough resources to track down all the kids who are hungry and then find them homes or whatever the fuck this plan is, than just help feed them at school. And I say this not as just an outsider, right? I'm doing well for myself. I'm not gonna act like I'm the most connected to Joe Blow guy, but I grew up poor. I took advantage of free lunches at times. And it will never not infuriate me that people that seemingly are ignorant and have no empathy whatsoever have these massive audiences where it would make more sense to rip me away from my parents who were trying to bounce back at the time than to support a social safety net that is specifically meant to help the kids. And to bring it back to the core story with Minnesota, in a state where the $200 million is a tiny little fraction of the surplus. But hey, that's a story my
Republicans never fucking cared about the kids. Do not be fooled.
Personal takeaway, and of course I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts on this one? And then, can Fox News be trusted? Now, keep in mind, I'm not asking you specifically because you're watching this show, and that means you probably weren't dropped on your head as a child, but rather, that's a question for people who consume Fox News. Do you actually trust it? And specifically, do you trust it following the texts that were revealed in the Dominion lawsuit? And according to new polling, which was done by Variety, by Maru Group, some of the network's viewers are starting to catch on. But the key word there is some. Right? Because remember, those texts revealed that despite literally everything they said on air, how much they were validating, platforming, and just adding fuel to the fire of bullshit claims, Fox hosts and executives privately condemned Trump in his election fraud claims. Right, texts where Tucker Carlson literally said he hates Trump passionately. And others where one of Carlson's producers compared election deniers to terrorists, but especially dumb ones. Cousin fucking types, not Saudi royalty. And all of that bringing us to a survey that
Oh my god. god, that's brutal, dude. Holy
said
shit,
he
that's
hates
brutal.
Trump passionately. And others were one of Carlson's producers compared election deniers to terrorists, but especially dumb ones. Cousin fucking types, not Saudi royalty. And all of that.
I mean, where's the lie?
That bringing us to a survey that ended up finding that after those texts were revealed, 21% of the network's viewers trusted Fox News less. Which honestly, you would think that number would be higher when they were essentially calling the viewers cousin fucking terrorists. But no, you had 45% continuing to trust it, 23% having no opinion, and 11% already not trusting it and continuing not to. My people, I get it. Sometimes you gotta see what the propaganda machine's putting out there so you know what world other people are living in. But here's a key thing that really hits on the depressing fact that none of this fucking matters. Even though roughly 1/5 of viewers trust the network less, only 9% said they were actually watching it less. With Fox News even telling the outlet there has been no impact to advertising, with no advertisers
Yeah, I trust it less, but I still trust it more than MSNBC, so I'm gonna keep watching it.
dropping or pausing, as well as no impacts on viewership levels. So the survey did also find that it did change people's opinions on if the election was stolen or not, with 13% of their viewers saying, you know what, now I don't believe that the 2020 election was stolen. Though very key thing, literally 50% say they still believe it was stolen. The emperor has no clothes and half of the people do not care. And then, you know how yesterday the US government claimed that in international airspace there was a Russian fighter?
Half of their viewers still believe it, dude? Half? How?
Jet that dumped fuel on a US Air Force surveillance drone, then clipping it, forcing it into the ocean. And then Russia responded, no, that's not what happened. The drone just crashed after making a sharp maneuver. With that resulting today in the Pentagon saying, you know we have receipts, right? We don't give our people universal healthcare. You don't think we put a fucking camera on this thing? And they released an around 40-second video where you see a Russian fighter jet dumping fuel on a drone.
Hey bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
And then there being a loss of the video feed on what appears to be a second pass, and then it ending with what looks like a drone's propeller fucked up. And personally, I'm happy they released this footage. Biden and the Pentagon was like, this you? Drone's propeller. And then there being a loss of the video feed on what appears to be a second pass, and then it ending with what looks like a drone's propeller fucked up. And personally, I'm happy they released this footage. Biden and the Pentagon was like, this you? Because it's important the world see what actually happened. There's also new reports saying the Kremlin encouraged the Russian jet to hit the drone, and claiming that Russia is actively searching for the drone, but the US wiped its hardware and says that it's sunken as low as 5,000 feet. But there are also being claims that this is just one example of a trend of Russian forces trying to provoke the US to attack. So, you know, fun times. And then we got big news coming out of Australia, with Queensland, the country's third most populous state, passing a controversial set of laws seeking to crack down on youth crime. You have the first one criminalizing breach of bail for minors, which critics say overrides the state's Human Rights Act. Meanwhile, other provisions build more detention centers, expand an electronic monitoring trial for kids as young as 15, and raise maximum sentences for violent car thieves. And for those who complained about the laws, most thought it just didn't go far enough, with them calling the premier a hypocrite for going back on her promise to give juvenile car thieves 14 years behind bars.
They're not even the laws that she promised Queenslanders. They're not.
Yet all this comes despite the government's most recent crime report showing that the total child offender count dropped 27% in the decade before 2020 to 2021. Over the last year, some data suggests the number rose by up to 1,000. But in recent years, you have people saying the media, especially Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, that they've put an outsized spotlight on youth crime, which is more visible than adult criminality, partly because some of the teens brag about what they did on TikTok and other social media posts. There have also been several high-profile deaths, which have sparked anger and frustration among the public. So over the past few years, the government has shifted toward a tough-on-crime approach despite protests from experts and human rights groups, many of whom argue the new laws won't be effective and will just incarcerate more teens, leading to repeat offenders. With them also pointing to some recent high-profile cases illustrating the danger of the justice system, with one of the examples being a 13-year-old Indigenous boy who was put in detention for minor offenses and was kept in solitary confinement for 45 days, 22 of which were consecutive, with them also claiming he was once denied water after he became distressed from the prolonged isolation and flooded his cell. And so with all this,
That's just torture. What the fuck? What the fuck?
you have the crime victims and lawmakers who say tougher measures are necessary to keep the youth from straying onto the wrong path. And on the other side, you have experts and activists saying while the victim's pain is real, this is not the way to fix it. And while of course I'd love to know everyone's opinion on this, especially if you're one of the Australian beautiful bastards who watch this show, what are your thoughts here? Which side of the fence are you on? And that's where today's show is gonna end. Thank you for being a part of another daily dive into all the news. If you missed any of the daily shows this week, check them out here or in the links down below. There was a lot to get through. Also be on the lookout for the special Sunday show. I got a big announcement there. But as always, my name
It's crazy he's still doing daily shows. I wonder how long that's gonna stay going. It's so much work for him and his team.
name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow. I mean Sunday. It was Sunday. I already forgot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bullpen. In the bullpen today,
Dude, this is fucking wild. Holy shit. For some reason, I didn't hear about this. But yeah, this man was unarmed, shot at 90 times, and fucking survived. Trying to, like, the police trying to murder him. Deadass, like. I don't know if I can show this, but I'll share the link if you want to check it out.
We have a survivor of significant police misconduct and his attorney. We covered this story earlier during the week as an update. Let me remind you of the horror of one man being shot at damn near 100 times by the police. Here it is.
It starts with a cop showing up, crashing, his airbag going off, and he's getting out of the car. There's already people shooting when he crashes. I think it's just cops shooting, as far as I know. Climbing on top of his patrol vehicle to get a better angle to shoot. I think this is another angle from a different cop, and he's in his patrol vehicle, but the window's broken out for some reason, and he is shooting like a big pew pew. An AR? I don't know. An AK? I don't know the difference. I'm gonna use a few. A big one. You can't really see anything. I guess I probably could have showed it. Yeah, like, he's just inside his truck, just like, I think, ducking. I think, yeah, his hands are up. It's fucking insane, dude.
It's a damn shame. We have Jonathan Strickland, father of two. The brother supports wildlife, has been a leader advocate. We have his attorney, DeWitt M. Lacey. This has been something our viewers have been angry about just as well as me. Before we start with the attorney, Jonathan, I have to say, brother, I have to ask, what was going through your mind when bullets were simply flying inside of your vehicle?
Honestly, I thought I was going to die. I mean, your life flashes, before your eyes. You feel the pain, the heat of your skin, of your muscle tissue just searing. And I just remember the pain and just thinking of my children. At the time, my youngest son was not born. And all I could think of was wanting to meet him, wanting to get back to my oldest son, Jedediah. And it's a miracle that I'm here, but all I could think of was just wanting to get back to my children.
Attorney Lacey, can you give us the contextualization of what transpired that led the police to shoot at one person damn near 100 times, unarmed and no threat to law enforcement?
Absolutely, Dr. Ritchie, and thanks for having us on here. What happened right before this shooting were these officers were informed by Mr. Strickland's ex-wife that Mr. Strickland intended on coming to the police station and shooting up all the police and having this monstrous shootout with law enforcement. And so they were definitely amped up. But they had seen before they engaged with Mr. Strickland that he was unarmed. They had a drone come out and survey. They could see he had nothing in his hands besides his phone and his water. They gave him no commands to stop or halt. They only acted very aggressively and violently and unconstitutionally, I would add.
You, Attorney Lacey, you do these cases.
They were just scared. They were scared because they were given a false tip. What the fuck?
You are one of those social justice fighters who holds people accountable. You hold the cops accountable, you hold government accountable. Have you ever seen anything so blatant? 90 bullets. I have never reported on 90 bullets flying at one person before. Have you seen something this extreme?
Not often. I'll tell you, there definitely have been times. I do remember circumstances, even in Stockton, California, where there were a hail of bullets, but not for something where there's a person that's unarmed, right? And there was no real specific crime they could say that he had committed, other than allegations that had been made against him at the time.
This happened in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And Jonathan, Mr. Strickland, let me ask you this. When this took place, you were in knowledge of the pursuit. Did you have any idea that they were going to start firing at you?
No, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. I had no idea. I didn't understand why they were ramming into me, why they didn't say any commands. I mean, you using assault rifles, you reload. I mean, so to show everybody, my hands were up. This shows that I got hit right here, you know, everywhere is across the back. But the fact is, I had my hands up. And they could not hear me yelling, I'm unarmed, repeatedly. So after they reloaded, I thought when I heard the brief moment and not hearing any bullets firing at me, I'm like, thankful, it's finally over. And then when they kept shooting, I really thought I was gonna die. And I just would like for the viewers to know that when you see that picture of my truck and that blood stain on the ground, that's all from what hit me in my hip. And I still have a bullet in my pelvis there. Like that, all that blood was from just one spot. And just imagine losing all of that blood. You really, your life flashes before your eyes. I really thought I was gonna die.
I'm glad you're still here. It's a miracle, as you say. You are still here. You're an active father. But yes. I have to pose a question to you, and it's not going to be easy, brother. The way this happened was that your wife called the police and said you were going to harm officers, you would not surrender. Indisputable received another document where she said, I made all of that up and I'm sorry, okay? Do you think her race has something to do with the way they responded to you?
I strongly do, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Think about it. We've seen it before, and I hate to bring up history, but I think it's very relevant. But Emmett Till, he lost his life because a white woman lied. He doesn't get to come back.
I wasn't gonna assume, but I kind of thought that she might have been a white woman. Like, that's really fucked up. Jesus Christ. I can't believe someone would just do this, like, because they were mad at their ex. Like, that's fucking inexcusable, dude. No excuse.
I shouldn't be here. It's a miracle I'm here. My ex lied, and I would like for people to realize, why would anybody in their right mind return to somebody who tried to have them assassinated? All I've ever wanted to do is be there for my children. I love my boys. You know, that's my pride and joy as my sons. I'm blessed that having one son was a dream come true, and having two is just absolute, it's like a dream come true every day. But to not even be able to see my children, it's been 2 years since this. Justice to me, truthfully, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, is just being able to see my children. You know, everything that happened to me was absolutely unacceptable. But in all of it, I just want to be able to get back to my children and teach them about animals and just loving nature. That's all I really want to do, Dr. Rashad Ritchie.
Did your ex receive any criminal penalty once she admitted she made it up and lied to the police and it almost got you killed?
No, she has not.
What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? False reporting is a crime. How is that possible?
Face any retaliation, and actually, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, she was residing with my mother for the year while I was incarcerated. So,
wow,
I haven't gotten to see my children. On my youngest son's first birthday, while I was crying from a jail cell, just wishing I could be there and tell him happy birthday, my ex and my mom were smiling, taking pictures, having fun at Disney World, you know? So I just want to be able to see my children. I'm still not allowed to see them. I'm still facing, obviously, charges, even though I'm confident in a court of law that we'll be able to prove without a doubt, you know, favorable reasoning in my case. But I just want to be allowed to see my children. You know, I'm glad that I'm allowed to still be able to live. But Dr. Rashad Ritchie, I just think it's important for people to know if I didn't survive, nobody would have ever heard my story.
You know, you make a compelling point, and you're absolutely correct. If you would have died, the complete narrative would have lacked perspective and context from you. The complete narrative would have been absent of your actual truth. What injuries did you sustain?
Well, I'll walk with a limp for the rest of my life. So I have a bullet lodged deep inside my pelvis. They cannot remove it because they said if they were to try to remove it, I would probably lose so much blood that I would bleed out. I have a bullet, like fragments in my shoulder right here. So when it entered my back, it was very close to my spine, and luckily it didn't hit it, but it's still lodged there. I'm in pain all the time. Even sitting up right now, it hurts. But I look at it as I would rather have these injuries. And
I think that's like generally the protocol. If it's like lodged, like, I don't know, in a certain way, like it's like safer to just leave it, which is like kind of shit. It's gotta make the healing process a lot harder.
Be alive so I can still be able to teach people about animals and show my sons that I love them, because I'm still more useful now than I would be if I was in a grave. So
Attorney Lacy, let me ask you, why do you think there was no prosecution when she clearly articulated in writing she made it all up? Why was there no prosecution or investigation to prosecute?
Look, this is the type of thing, Dr. Ritchie, and thanks for the question, that happens a lot, right? Especially when it comes to Black folk, right? Who are encountered by police, especially when police act violently towards them. Somehow or another, those people end up with charges against them, despite whatever the evidence may be. And I really see this as kind of a cover your butt charge to demonize Mr. Strickland and to make people, feel less, moved by his story, so that they won't support him and that he'll feel alone. But we're here with him.
Mr. Strickland, we're out of time, but I would like you to tell viewers, what would you like them to know about you, this ordeal, what you're trying to get accomplished now?
Well, first off, thank you, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. I watch your show all the time. It's an honor to be on here. But I just want people to know that, I love animals, and my goal has always just been to show people that, this planet is beautiful and worth protecting. There's so many cool animals and plants. I can't wait to teach my sons about it. And I honestly always wanted to be, I've said it before, but I've always wanted to be the black crocodile hunter. But instead of crocodiles, I love snakes. And I just want to be able to hopefully be a light of positivity in this world and just continue to be positive. So thank you, Dr. Ritchie.
Mr. Strickland, you don't need to hope, dear brother. You are a light in this world. And the fact that you have this desire to continue being a good father.
Yes, sir.
All right? Promise.
Thank you, Dr. Ritchie.
Thank you. I appreciate you both. Thank you, Attorney Lace, for all you do, man.
Anyway, TikTok.
On the clock.
We have a TikTok headline. So TikTok introduces paywalled content. Kind of a trend that we've seen on social.
Whoa, I didn't hear about this at all. Yeah, that's crazy. What, like Patreon? Like what?
Social media in general is enabling creators to make more exclusive content behind a paywall for smaller audiences. Like Twitter already does that. Instagram actually already does that. And so now TikTok is doing that.
I mean, YouTube does it also.
YouTube, exactly. So I'm just going to read the bullet points here and maybe we have some reactions to it. So it's called Series, which lets creators sell collections of videos that you can purchase. Each collection of videos can have up to 80 videos in them, and those videos can be up to 20 minutes long. So creators can choose the price for the series. They can go between $1 and $190 to charge for their series. At launch, 100% of the revenue goes to creators, minus the App Store and processing fees. And there will be a new series website to publish and track performance. That's it. It's just sell videos behind a paywall within the TikTok platform.
Yeah, packs of videos, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that's way different than what I was expecting.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm assuming that they want it to be unique videos, but I'm wondering if creators would like sell, if they have like a series of videos that they already do, if they're just going to package them and then be like, you can buy, but what does it mean to buy a digital product, especially on TikTok, that you can already look at for free? It would have to be a unique video.
It would have to be a new video. Yeah, maybe you do like a series and you have parts 1 through 8 are for free on your thing, but then parts 9 and 10 are behind the paywall or something like that.
Or you could do like, if you're a cooking TikTok channel or something, you could do like, we're going to do a Thai package, and then it's like 20 Thai videos.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Yeah.
I went from seeing the title of this that you posted, thinking this is an awesome idea, to reading this and thinking, I don't think this makes any sense at all.
It's kind of like Quibi.
Really? I mean, so it's up to the creators to decide like what this extra content's going to be. So like when Instagram did this, you can be a
Yeah, it's like Patreon. It sounds like
paying subscriber or supporter of an Instagram page or whatever, and then there will be specific stories and posts that only paid subscribers see. So it might be similar photography to your other photos, or it might be special, behind the scenes or something, like extra content, whatever. Same thing with YouTube. YouTubers can choose what they want to be just for the paid subscribers.
So that's what I thought this was going to be, but this makes me think it's different now, because when you're saying can charge between $1 to $90 for a series, it makes it seem like you are going to create a series of 5 videos, charge X amount of, say, $10 for that, and then just that series is unlocked. Right. Whereas YouTube and stuff is you subscribe for extra, and then like you also open all the past stuff that was like that.
So it is a little different.
It's
TikTok
like
should do
buying
that.
a movie on Google Play Movies or on Apple TV, basically.
Yeah.
You're buying a digital product that only you have access to.
It would have to be a really great video.
Yeah.
For an individual video.
Well, that's why it's there. I don't think they want it to be individual. They want it to be multiple videos.
Yeah, ideally it's multiple videos.
That's like harder. If TikTok did like YouTube subscriptions, I think it would make perfect sense and allow 20-minute videos in there, because then it can be like, I'm going to make my regular TikToks that got me popular, but I can also make some 20-minute deeper dives. Or if you could do paywall live streams, where you could do paywall long Q&As that are 20 minutes, and then whenever you subscribe for that month, the creator gets, that seems perfect. It's like the Patreon model, right?
Yeah, I think like the cooking example that I said before, I think that could really work, because you could do one TikTok video where like we're making pad Thai. I have a whole collection of like Thai food videos that you can pay for.
I was just gonna say about like travel. You could do like one TikTok to be like, I'm going to Colombia next week, and then 90 videos about like the cool things to do there. And you just buy that series.
I would argue you'd be better off making the TikTok that makes you popular and the YouTube long version of that.
Well, I would argue you should just go on YouTube, period.
I mean,
but.
yeah. I guess they're trying to figure out a way to maximize the revenue that creators can make, which is like if I was going to pay
I get that. I totally get that.
Because most people don't subscribe to TikTok. Yeah. Remember, it's like usually for you page stuff for most people. So paying to subscribe to a user might actually not feel as at home on TikTok.
I think it feels more at home than doing weird charged like video on demand things.
I mean, we're
like
about
to
to
pay
find
for
out.
a one-time. I feel like if they went the YouTube subscription series or Patreon like method or whatever, like that would make so much more sense.
It's just that like you would be surprised at how many people will pay for people's courses on things that
Instructional.
there's unlimited information about that thing on YouTube already, but people still pay for instructional courses.
Yeah, like that guy Marquez Brownlee. He has like a
Well,
whole
it's
course.
usually then tied to like trust of that particular instructor.
Right.
So,
and that
yeah.
platform where I just like TikTok feels like not the same place.
Yeah.
I just feel like the other one feels way more TikTok-y and creator based than like this.
Yeah, TikTok doesn't
don't
feel
know.
like a place I would go to pay for content.
Pay for
in general.
specific content,
Yeah.
not even just like extra content.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that it's an option, and I'm glad TikTok is thinking about ways to diversify a little bit in that way and offer it at least. And maybe somebody takes advantage of it and it looks really cool and people get ideas from it.
I think that's why I think it would be amazing if they did it the other way.
You may be underestimating the power of parasocial relationships.
I think you're overestimating. I feel like it feels less parasocial relationship if I buy a person's specific video rather than get like to open the curtain behind the scenes of
Remember,
like extra
OnlyFans
videos
exists.
that they will make. I think that's a different.
That is
I think
people
it's-
paying for individual pieces of content because of the parasocial relationship.
Oh, that is individual pieces of content, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's a
subscription or both.
tougher. There's like a lot of different things going on there that
Yeah.
are a tad different.
They're
Whereas
really
like
different.
Like I think a perfect example is we've done member only live streams, right? Like that to me feels like now once a month I get this live stream where I am in a smaller category of people and a better chance to get in contact with this person.
Engagement.
That is primo parasocial relationship. Whereas if I'm just buying an already created video that I just only get to open those 5 of them, feels like
Maybe
almost like
someone-
another step away from parasocial. I don't know.
Maybe someone
think
gets
it feels
creative and like offers custom videos on TikTok that you pay for before, or you like ask to be made and then pay to unlock. You know, they can get creative with it.
That's true.
It might not just be here's a pack. Does anybody want to buy it? It might just be, hey, does anybody want to see a video on a certain set of things? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're interested. Okay, I'll make it. It's here for you to unlock whenever. That type of thing. I don't know. We'll see. People get creative with it. But
I do think it's funny that instead of just trying to figure out how to monetize TikTok with advertising, the way that YouTube Shorts is trying to do it, TikTok is like, yeah, the creator fund isn't really working. Can we figure out a way for the audience to pay for it instead of actually just trying to figure out an actual ad model?
I do think it's like, especially 100% revenue, like basically is agreeing, hey, we're making plenty of money by ourselves.
He also
through
said
our own
for
ads.
now, though.
Yeah,
So
true. I like
how successful it is.
I like the Patreon model. It lets smaller creators be able to turn things into a living, because if you do have the super loyal base, getting that extra
1,000 true followers, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. Like that's incredible. This is. Yeah.
Yeah, but this
I
is
think it
almost
should go
like the
that model.
opposite of
That's why I
1,000
think
true
it's weird.
followers.
That's why I think it's weird.
It's like you'll just find one follower every 5 minutes forever instead of 1,000 right now. Forever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much people stan each other on TikTok. You know what I mean?
yeah, that is the other thing. There is a pretty notorious drop off in how connected you feel based on the platform. Like when people follow each other on Instagram versus YouTube versus even something like Twitter or Patreon, where you feel more connected. And then on TikTok, you're just sort of like scrolling people you don't know most of
Right.
the time. So I feel like that does make it that's a new wrench in the dynamic of like, how do you monetize this?
I'm effectively a boomer because I don't even have TikTok, so I don't really understand the parasocial relationship on there. And I mean, I have Instagram Reels, so I basically have TikTok. But
that's the most boomer thing you could have said is, I don't like this newfangled thing, but I do like watching it 2 weeks
well, no,
later.
I don't like watching it. I don't like watching it. It's just forced upon me. you know? I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm not really sure the level of parasocial relationship that happens on TikTok. I would bet that there are some people that are insanely obsessed with some of the creators on TikTok.
Yeah,
totally.
Most of the best examples of successful TikTok creators that I've seen have turned it into a following on a different platform.
Yeah.
So that says
This
something
is
about
true.
TikTok.
This is true. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, they like they said, they're taking 100% they're giving 100% of the revenue for now. That's
great.
To me, that says we're gonna see how this actually plays out.
That's
if
a
it ends up being
carrot.
successful, we take 30%.
Yeah,
like that.
All right, this is a Clips outro. We're recording this now because we can't record anything else because there's this noise.
Dying whale.
Some construction noise. It's probably a drill, but it also kind of sounds like a whale trying not to cry. It's like, it sounds like a squeaky wheel on a really large vehicle driving 2 miles an hour past our window.
Non-stop. We've been sitting here for like 15 minutes trying to record this episode, and this is what we get to deal with.
It sounds like the air is slowly being let.
What is that? What is that? The fuck?
Non-stop. We've been sitting here for like 15 minutes trying to record this episode, and this is what we get to deal with.
It sounds like the air is slowly being let out of a...
It sounds like someone's like dying slowly.
300
beached
foot
whale
balloon.
A beached whale's lungs collapsing on the sand. This is awesome.
Oh, that was really close.
Yeah,
did you stop or did it keep?
Who's got perfect pitch? What note is this?
G.
F is for
friends
who
do
stuff
together.
U
is
for
you.
I think it's an A.
Me.
Thanks, Alice.
N
is for
anyone
or
any
thing
time at all. Down here.
Like and subscribe to put us out of our misery.
Right now, the Supreme Court is getting another case in its shadow docket. According to Ian Millhiser over at Vox, whose opinion on these things I trust in terms of his assessment of the Supreme Court, it could be one of the most consequential cases involving trans people that we have seen in ages. And of course, I can't find the sheet.
It's West Virginia versus BPJ. BPJ is are the initials of a 6th grade student who...
I got it right here. Okay. And BPJ. And BPJ is and essentially what it basically is the case itself was a 6th grade student when she filed the lawsuit. She hoped to join the girls' cross country and track teams at her school. But because she's transgender, she was not allowed to under West Virginia law, which provides that school athletes must play for the team that corresponds with their, quote, biological sex. She sued to challenge this law. The case has bounced around since 2021. In our legal system, the fact that the law is discriminatory is not enough for BPJ to prevail. Government can discriminate all the time, and it does. He uses the example like the government discriminates against people under the age of 65 in terms of like who's eligible for Medicare. Right. Just as an example. The government discriminates as who can get a driver's license or who can vote. Or who can drink legally. In addition to benefits, right? Like, we're going to discriminate against you because you make too much money, you can't get SNAP.
Right. But there are certain categories that are given a high level of scrutiny about discrimination, and what that's sex and race, right?
Right. And the Supreme Court determined that there are groups that have experienced a history of purposeful unequal treatment, which, quote, frequently bears no relation to ability to perform or contribute to society, quote, should enjoy enhanced protections against discrimination. Like you say, this is called heightened scrutiny. In other words, there better be a very good reason to do this, like an exceptional reason. And in fact, you can also have different levels of the reason in which the government would discriminate. And this concept is embedded in the law in terms of things like takings. If you're going to, if the government is going to take somebody's property and pay them off, there has to be a high threshold or if we determine that something is, discriminatory in terms of race and this and that. There's different thresholds in certain situations as to who the discriminator is and whatnot. There's strict form of scrutiny. There is intermediate form. That run along this scale of heightened scrutiny. When they are heightened in this way, the burden of proof shifts from the person who's trying to prove that the discrimination is wrong to the discriminator, in this case, the government. If you are in a category that exists this way, who has to prove whether there is discrimination or there is not discrimination changes. The state can potentially rebut this presumption. In other words, when they arrive at court, a presumption that any governmental discrimination against them is unconstitutional. Like, clearly, this kid is being discriminated against. But the question is it constitutional for the government to do this? This case could very well determine whether transgender kids and adults are categorized as needing a heightened level of scrutiny if you're going to discriminate against them.
Which would be very broad legal protections for transgender people in this country.
Or an absence.
Yeah. And then that's where we're in trouble with this extremist right-wing Supreme Court that seems posed to take this also on the shadow docket, meaning they could just essentially issue a ruling saying, we agree with West Virginia and we're not really providing any other explanation.
Right. Which means there's an absence of strict scrutiny. And that's basically what we're dealing with. Was this guy, is now number 6, is this the guy?
This is the judge, Kyle Duncan.
Now, somewhat related, this judge who found that in West Virginia versus BPJ, that this discrimination is okay, and sent it up to the Supreme Court, essentially, or the plaintiffs did. He went to go give a talk at Stanford University. Now, I will say this. It was, a Federalist Society event. It's nice to see the Stanford University students take issue with this. Is Wu still working there? The guy who basically said the president has the right to torture, he might be a good candidate also to be protested. Nevertheless, here is what happened when the Judge Kyle Duncan, Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, clip number 1, he doesn't like the fact, and remember, they allowed him to speak, but he doesn't like the fact that he's getting questioned. So here he is, he has the opportunity for free speech, but he's still really offended.
I'm going to triple down on it, and I'm going to quadruple down on it because you are willfully misunderstanding.
No, I know what might be your question.
Great. So in other words, it's a loaded question.
No, it assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Yes, thank you.
Which I didn't do. I didn't assume any facts. I asked you, do you think that considering the ethical implications of your decisions is outside the scope of your work?
Do you mean, I don't understand the question. Do you mean the rules of judicial ethics?
I mean, when the
rules of judicial ethics?
You know, as well as I do, that the courts weigh different interests all the time, that they all the time consider like fairness among a range.
Now pause it. I want to just say something here from my short time at law school. What she's asking is actually a question that the discipline of critical legal studies, not critical race studies, critical legal studies, and in fact examines, but also even the tradition goes much further back with Judge Brandeis. When Judge Brandeis was a lawyer, one of the things he argued in front of the Supreme Court was child labor laws. And the argument that he made was like, it is not in society's ethical interests to have children working, or I should say, it's not in society's interest, both because you don't want children working in factories, you don't want people working maybe 40 hours a week or whatnot. It's also unethical. Like, it's not the sign of an evolved society. And she's asking him a very simple question. Do you, as a judge, ever consider the ethical, one could probably say moral, implications of what you rule? That's it. I mean,
well, that makes him very uncomfortable because he can't answer that question. I mean, we'll get to it, but you know, there's a whole group of legal thinkers and judges who want to act as if they are handing down a proclamation that is just by the letter of the law and absent of any kind of subtlety or nuance or subjectivity from the society that we live in. And oftentimes, and almost actually I would say 100% of the time, that's the way conservatives portray themselves and conservative judges brand themselves to the public, because they don't want to deal with the moral implications of their ruling. And when you look even just an inch deeper into what they're saying, they're making determinations about a moral society on their own. It's just that they don't like to couch their decisions in those terms.
It was John Yoo, and he is at Berkeley, so I apologize.
Well, actually, Trump appointed you to a 4-year term on the National Board for Education Sciences, which advises the Department of Education on scientific research and investment.
Oh, nice. So. Yeah, I wonder if he's doing a lot of like biological research. All right, anyways,
science.
Here is, let's continue with this.
I'm going to triple down on it, and I'm going to quadruple down on it because you are willfully misunderstanding.
No, I know what might be your question.
Great. So in other words, it's a loaded question.
No, it assumes the fact's not an evidence.
Yes, thank you.
Which I didn't do. I didn't assume any facts. I asked you, do you think that considering the ethical implications of your decisions is outside the scope of your work?
Do you mean, I don't understand the question. Do you mean the rules of judicial ethics?
I mean, when the
rules of judicial ethics?
You know, as well as I do, that the courts weigh different interests all the time, that they all the time consider like fairness among a range of different required considerations. How does that factor into your ethical considerations as a judge?
So let me see if I can unpack this. Judges are ruled by rules of ethics. They're codes of ethics. Do we consider them? Oh, you bet we do.
I don't mean that.
You don't mean that. You mean, do I sit back and sort of say, well, what is fair? What is fair? What do I think is fair? The answer is judges aren't supposed to engage in some sort of cosmic fairness balancing because we have elected officials to do such things. We have elected officials.
You know, I mean, aside from the drippy condescending tone, and listen, I think if anybody knows the drippy condescending tone, I think I should.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I would talk to students in a law school class like that, because I didn't like, you could say like, this is the way you answer that question. I got to be honest with you. I perceive making an assessment as to whether something's fair. Now, first he played this game like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Is it the legal ethical code? No, we're not talking about what will get you disbarred or not.
You're asking about outcomes as to the implications of my rulings. And now, the most honest response would be like, look, I'm human. And of course, I perceive outcomes on some measure. But one thing that we endeavor to do as a judge is to ignore those outcomes and determine it based upon the law, because the legislature does this.
I restrain myself judicially. I am not a judicial activist. I mean, that would be bullshit, but it would be fine to answer it respectfully in that way.
And of course on the Supreme Court, they do that all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we get rid of the Supreme Court then?
They do that all the time. And judges, of course, do that. Now, why do we know that judges, of course, do that? Because you give me a case, a controversial case, tell me who appointed that judge, and I will tell you what the outcome is. We go through that every day. About, 6-7 years ago, I said to Brendan, do not give me a court case without telling me who the judge was that decided, who appointed that judge. And I have yet, maybe there was one case out of the literally hundreds that we've probably reported on, that I've read about, where I was like, George Herbert Walker appointee decided this way. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah. I mean, and we talk about this all the time too, how judges view themselves as like philosopher kings and priests. They really want everybody to subscribe to a fiction that they're making these determinations based on some philosophical moral code that they've decided at the start of their legal careers what they're going to pursue, as opposed to the changing tides that cause them to have reactions to political moments because they exist in the society. Like, judges exist in the society. It's ridiculous that they try to isolate themselves from that in terms of public discourse. But yeah, like that is, you know, some of the gatekeeping that's involved in the legal profession. And these are Stanford University kids, right? Like, this is the closest that they get to being called out from the plebeians on their shit.
Now, apparently, like, let's play some of the clip. Do we have part of the clip where they're shaming him? Someone's saying that we're not playing the shaming part. Do we have that first part of the clip?
I'm looking forward to the shaming part, actually.
You know, I got to be honest with you folks. I am not one of those people who have a problem with shaming people publicly. In fact, particularly when you have unelected people, but also elected people, frankly. I don't think that people should be violent. And I don't doubt that students can be excited and harassing and whatnot. But I do think if you sit on a court where your decision can impact millions of lives, like if you are a circuit court of appeals judge, it will. What is it, like 5 or 6 states, 4 states? 3 big states? I don't know. Fifth Circuit's also lunacy. I think it's okay to sort of like protest in front of these people. And
actually, you should, because they, as I just said, they aren't in front of an audience like this that's going to call them out regularly. This is important.
I mean, the clip we just watched was, I think, an ideal environment. Like, I think students should have that relationship with the people that come and speak to them. So
apparently,
really
like
great.
the first, what was it, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the thing? Let's play this clip. Was, really ugly. And just be careful, folks. If you're at work or if you're with small children, you may not want to see this. Let's play this clip.
Not persuaded? It makes sense. Super. Great. Good. Next question.
I did read it just before this, and I'm confused how that squares with what you said about being respectful of people when you're talking about, like,
yeah, I thought the meeting was perfectly respectful. I gave reasons. That's what judges do. I gave reasons.
It's a slippery slope argument about, like, using a bunch of different pronouns and what could happen if you chose a specific.
Yeah, I was talking about you read the opinion. Next question.
But you didn't answer my question, which is, like, why did you think that you couldn't be respectful to one litigant without somehow causing downstream effects?
For the reasons that I gave in the opinion. Thanks.
How about you give it to us?
Next question. How about you ask me a question? We did. Yeah, okay. How about you give them to us as the next question? All right. Well, look, thanks to the Federal Society for inviting me. As far as the rest of you people, yeah, whatever.
All right, that's at the end, right? I want to see the beginning part. Yeah, the beginning when there was when they were harassing him, because that seemed really, really ugly. Here it is. I just sent it there. Someone asked him if he is 96.
I saw. Is this the ageism thing where they're like the people like laughed because he said he was old or something?
Well,
like that?
no, he was asked if he was. He asked them first. Watch here. Let's play this one. No, all right, start it over again so we can hear what he says, because that predates what that precedes. Okay, go ahead.
Are you 14 years old? Are you 14 years old?
Are you 96?
No.
Your head looks like that.
What?
Okay. Was this the part that I missed that was really
Audio so bad.
offensive? He said, "Are you 14?" And what was the what does that sign
The
say?
sign
Can
said
we-
Fed sucks.
Oh, Federal Society sucks.
It does. That's a good sign.
Yeah, agreed.
What?
I mean, honestly, there are so many different professions of people that could have gone into that situation and handled it and said, like, these are kids, you know, maybe I'm a conservative, but they're emotional and I'll handle it myself. But like that, judges like that are never, ever, ever held to account. They're only treated like, you know, these beautiful stewards of our democracy. And that's refreshing. More of that, in fact, especially if he's getting paid to speak there. Are they not
I don't know if
entitled?
he's getting paid to speak there. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't.
I don't care either way.
But I just want to be clear too about like before the video came out, guys like Ed Whelan, if you'll remember him, that guy who the legal scholar who was like during the Kavanaugh hearings, he was like, I found on Zillow that this might be the guy who harassed Dr. Ford. He was like, the DEI person who brought the people to the class should be fired. Like, they were so disrespectful. And like, you watch the video and like, he's castigating these.
All right, play this. Let's see even a little more. I mean, because I you know, like, you know, Ryan Grimm is somebody with, like, you know, keeps tweeting us. Can you talk to Ryan Grimm about this? And he says, I see most people. Okay, he says like blatant ageism.
Yeah, I mean, to say, are you 96? I guess that's ageist, but is that really like something to give a shit about?
It's just
Like, who
responding
cares?
to the 14. I mean, these guys maybe are not like, you know, wordsmiths in the context of their protest. But
well, because they're 19 and 20.
yeah, I mean, I think like, okay, yes. If somebody says to you, are you 14? You say, are you 14? Because that's the way what a 14-year-old would say.
I mean, do we want to play it?
I am an associate dean, and I would love to answer your question. Can I? Yeah, and to this room, because you're asking to the room as well. Is that okay?
Associate Dean, what do you want to say?
She doesn't need your Is that okay? Because you are also talking to the room.
You asked for an administrator. She is an administrator.
You just asked for an administrator. I'm here.
You want an echo chamber, or do you want someone to
Okay. I mean, you know what? Like, honestly, like, the only thing I'm going to get out of this is that, yes, you know what? Maybe I'll take I'll take that other kid who responded with 14, are you 96, to quip school, and we can come up with a better quip response in that moment to this judge. But I got no problem with this. I got no problem with this because, and I'll tell you why. Aside from this moment, and I know that, like, I know that, you know, the way that this is being, you know, at least, you know, Ryan's complaint here is that, like, are you really, like, gaining any power here? I honestly think that the most important project that can be done in terms of judges in the judiciary at this point is to show that this institution is corrupted and problematic. And I think this does do that. I think it sends a message to other people.
And respectful silence sends its own message.
Mm-hmm. And I will say that, like, again, the biggest problem I've had with the center to the left in terms of the judiciary is they don't pay enough attention to it. And if people are going and protesting, good. That means that they're paying attention to it. I'm willing to entertain the notion that, you know, maybe we should be doing a protest class, and we could do like a learning annex class on the best quips to have when you're, you know, the best legal quips for the judge. But yeah, I think, would I have said 96? No. So what? I would have said like, I don't know, are you a butthead?
Why are we even wasting time tone policing the Stanford law students?
I'm being somewhat facetious.
No, I understand, but I mean, I love Ryan, but what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that that's the emphasis as opposed to this guy's a complete right-wing freak who had to deal with a modicum of incivility because of the consequences of his decisions that are going to affect millions of people.
The
Give me a break.
associations that got him into that room.
But the first clip, I will say, I also feel like, sure, was it a contentious exchange?
Oh, that exchange is absolutely fine.
But he's yelling at her, and she's responding substantively. I think that's like.
Well, he doesn't quite have he doesn't have quite to have judicial temperament.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
What about whatever happened to judicial?
Sounds like he's getting a little emotional.
I will say this, and then we can wrap it up. But Illuminati Kids has a good pitch. I'm going to pitch that the student should have said, "No, I'm 69," respectful to the elderly with a double meaning. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Good edit.
Yeah, God bless you, kids. Good job.
Yeah, 69 would have been better than 96. Good for those kids, honestly. He should know. One of these things that these judges don't know, more often than not, is that there are other people out there who disagree with them.
This update to the Silicon Valley bank collapse just exposed an even bigger problem. Andrew Tate just took another desperate L. We've got a middle school strip search scandal over in Oklahoma. Lineker versus the BBC. Abortion is soon to be the equivalent of homicide in South Carolina. We're going to talk about all that and so much more on your brand new revamped Philip DeFranco show. So buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. Starting with, this was definitely one of the most requested stories from you beautiful British bastards who watch.
Oops. I didn't mean to. I hit the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Watch the show. And I get it. It's big news over there. It blends several stories together. What I'm talking about is this controversy around BBC sport host Gary Lineker. And all of that seems to stem from the UK's controversial new bill that cracks down on illegal migration, which we actually covered last week. Right, it would deport almost all people who arrive in the country on small boats, which often carry asylum seekers who are led by human traffickers. But the country's Home Secretary saying in a video,
"This bill will mean that if you come here illegally, you will not be able to stay. You will be detained and removed to your home country if safe, or a safe third country like Rwanda."
But the United Nations has said that this bill is a clear breach of international law, and the UN was far from the only critic. Gary Lineker, the host of the BBC sports show Match of the Day, responded to that video of the Home Secretary by saying, "Good heavens, this is beyond awful. We take far fewer refugees than other major European countries. This is just an immeasurably cruel policy directed at the most vulnerable people in language that is not dissimilar to that used by Germany in the 30s. And those posts landed him in some hot water. So much so, Lineker, who is reportedly the highest paid presenter on BBC, was suspended from his show for breaking BBC's impartiality rules, with the BBC apparently discussing this decision with him and finding that his comparison to Nazi Germany was unacceptable, and also saying that he would be benched until all parties could figure out how he can express his views on social media while remaining in line with the broadcaster's impartiality rules. With all of that leading to BBC facing tons and tons of backlash for this decision. You had athletes and BBC presenters supporting Lineker by refusing to appear on air, accusing BBC of having a political bias and suppressing free speech, with this even forcing BBC Sport to have to scrap a bunch of its weekend programming. We also saw Greg Dyke, a media executive and the former general director of BBC, condemning the move, saying the BBC has undermined its own credibility by doing this because it looks like the perception out there that the BBC has bowed to government pressure, and saying the impartiality policy is really only meant to apply to news presenters, not entertainment or sports personalities. With all of that bringing us to the big update. Yesterday, BBC lifting Lineker's suspension. Director General Tim Davies saying that he is a valued part of the BBC and he looks forward to him presenting our coverage this coming weekend. The BBC will also reportedly be launching a review into its social media guidelines, specifically as they apply to staffers outside of news and current affairs. And for his part, Lineker said he's happy to have navigated through this, thanking all his colleagues for their support, but also adding, however difficult the last few days have been, it simply doesn't compare to having to flee your home from persecution or war to seek refuge in a land far away. It's heartwarming to have seen the empathy towards their plight from so many of you. And then later thanking Director General Tim Davies and noting he has an almost impossible job of keeping everybody happy. And so in response to all of this, there are plenty of people that are happy that Lineker is back on the air, but as the New York Times notes, this debate has been polarizing for people, and conservatives think the BBC capitulated capitulated to him over his star power. And then the bottom G just took a big L. Or, for those of you that are not chronically online, that translates to Andrew Tate just faced another loss in his legal battle. Because today we saw a Romanian court deny his request to be released on bail. And this is a quick reminder, Tate, his brother, and 2 other female suspects have been in detention since December as authorities investigate them over human trafficking, rape, and organized crime allegations, with Tate also repeatedly trying to appeal his arrest, but the court has upheld it and continually extended it, with him currently slated to be detained until at least March 29th. Also notably, ahead of his court hearing today, his Twitter account sent out more of the kind of weird, cryptic tweets that it's been sharing, saying if you want a life people aspire for, you need to be prepared to defend it, or kind of just a bunch of sayings that are the bro versions of live, laugh, love, and be yourself, everyone's taken. But anyways, the court reportedly said that the request to have his custody replaced with restricted release on bail was inadmissible in principle. And as expected, Tate wasn't happy with this, with a spokesperson telling the Daily Mail, "We are disappointed in this outcome as we had high hopes to see Andrew reunited with his family. His legal team will be appealing this decision within the 48-hour time frame. And at the very least, there should be a sprinkling of Tate news this week, because in addition to that 48-hour appeal, the court will rule on a similar request for his brother tomorrow." And then the family of a former student at Heartland Middle School in Oklahoma is suing the district because they say that the principal strip searched her, and specifically accusing them of intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, sexual assault, and violating the 4th Amendment. So let's talk details. Back in May of 2021, the student was pulled into a room with the principal, another student, and the school resource officer. This because the principal suspected that she was carrying a vape, which is when the principal allegedly told the student to lift her shirt, exposing her stomach and the top of her boxers underneath her pants, with the principal then allegedly asking what type of underwear the student was wearing and telling her to lift her shirt and expose her bra. And according to the lawsuit, no vape was found, with the suit going on to say that the principal should have known that making the student expose her abdomen and undergarments amounted to a strip search. And notably, by Oklahoma law and the school's district's policy, staff can search students under reasonable suspicion, but they're not allowed to strip search, with the school policy reading, "In no event shall a strip search of a student be allowed. No student's clothing except cold weather outerwear shall be removed prior to or during the conduct of any warrantless search." And they didn't have a warrant, so the family is now suing the school and looking for a minimum of $25,000 in damages, with the family's attorney also saying the student had already been searched with a metal detector wand and presented no threat, and noting they did all of this without contacting anybody's parents. And going on to say, "Our goal is for people to understand that your rights don't end at the door to a school. But in the meantime, we'll have to wait to see what happens." And as far as the girl, her parents removed her from the district, and she's enrolled in an online program as they look to a new school district. And then, in a big update to the Silicon Valley bank collapse, of course, the government had to step in, with regulators announcing that all the depositors for this now failed bank would have access to their funds. Right, not only to keep those people whole, but also there was a general concern that this was going to cause more bank runs. You know, fear is contagious, and one of the ways we saw that happen yesterday were bank stocks getting pummeled. Not all, right? The Bank of America, JP Morgan Chases of the world really didn't take that big of a hit, but holy hell, First Republic Bank and Western Alliance Bank took a beating. But the news today, much brighter. And this is possibly connected to the Fed's bank term funding program, which is absolutely huge for these banks if they need to become liquid because people are pulling out money. Because like we talked about, the whole banking industry kind of just relies on trust that it works. And that trust seems to be there, at least for some, because First Republic and Western Alliance, holy hell, what a rebound. Congrats to whoever the fuck grabbed that falling knife in the past 24 hours, with the stocks as of recording jumping 57 and 45%. But the situation is not all rainbows and sunshine, because one, we do need to see how things play out. Just because we see something in the short term doesn't mean long-term success.
I'm sorry, we watched this already. My bad. Oh, I should delete these too. Yes. Yes. Sorry. I'm just thinking. Yes.
A Big Spark Studios original.
It's Easter-y. It's Easter-y. It's Easter-y. Do we even know when Easter is? Is this going to be like another Grammys snafu or Oscars snafu?
It'll be the opposite.
Yeah, it came out like after the Oscars. We like made predictions.
Oh,
like
oh my
we
God.
were like, well, this. Oops.
Well, oh.
Hey everybody, what's up? I almost did my intro to my YouTube channel. Hey guys, welcome back to Unhinged with Chris Clemens, the podcast that is just off to the races. Today, I am so excited if you're watching, you can see. And if not, you just know that Andrew Lau is back on the podcast.
Hello. I have returned.
And it is so exciting. He is here in Delaware for the week.
Hello. Get it? Andrew Lau. Hello. Hello. Okay.
And we've just been kicking it, and I figured I have to
What is going on with his hair right now?
Do a podcast episode.
Yeah, exactly. So we are, as you can see by the title, doing a giant Easter candy taste test. I tried to find things that weren't really,
typical.
Like typical, or just like that
basic.
Like a crunch bar, but now in the shape of a bunny. Like it still tastes the same. However, before we get into the episode, I want to be sure to remind you guys to subscribe to Unhinged with Chris Clemens wherever you get your podcasts, and rate and review each episode after you listen to them. Be sure to check out Andrew Lau. It's just ANDREWLOWE.
Yes, please.
Anywhere. And we're going to leave a shout out down below if you want to donate too. I honestly forgot to pick it because Andrew and I have been having so much fun in Delaware.
Oh my God, we've been having just a ball.
A ball and a bong. So I feel like let's just get into it.
Let's get into it.
We went to Wegmans today. Well, how are you enjoying Delaware?
I am loving Delaware. I have never been here before.
You can be honest if you don't like it.
No, I like it. It does smell a little weird, but...
Bitch, we live next to the mushroom capital of the world. Like, of course it smells weird.
But not in a bad way. Just in a weird way. Chris's house is gorgeous. I missed Booger so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
I do think my hairline's receding. But that has nothing to do with it.
All the conversation that has been had this week has been about Andrew's conspiracy of the receding hairline.
There's chunks missing. Like
chunks? Andrew, there are not chunks.
Does the carpet match the drapes?
Does the carpet match the drapes?
Are you balding on your pubes as well?
I don't think so, but now I feel like I need to check.
Girl, you need to take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I would never notice that you were losing hair. And I don't think you are. I just think you're self-critical.
You can literally see my scalp, but like whatever.
Why do you think I'm wearing a beanie?
It's like it's styled so weird. And it's wet, I think, or something.
Well, you're bald. It's different.
Oh my God, yeah, because you just like scalped me. You were like, yeah. No wonder I'm experiencing hair loss. God damn. Alrighty, we have like a solid assortment of things around us. And
they had a lot.
Yeah, Easter candy. Sorry, guys. ADHD. There's too much ADHD in this episode today.
We also didn't eat breakfast, so like our tummies are prepped.
Well, I ate at 2 a.m., so I kind of ate breakfast.
True. So that's not true. I had a protein bar.
You're crazy. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff that I feel like either I've never had or seemed off the beaten path.
We went to Wegmans, which is an East Coast grocery.
Slay, the house boots down ad read for Wegmans. Wegmans. Eat right, live good. So yeah, we got anything from vanilla cream eggs to edible Easter grass to very interesting Peeps flavors.
I'm excited about the edible Easter grass.
And also we found like really crazy jelly beans, like a Dunkin' Donuts Easter jelly beans, like
crazy.
Cadbury mini eggs, Swedish fish, Easter jelly beans.
I didn't know there was edible grass. That's crazy. What is it made of?
And so we've got a lot to get into. Like, which one you want to start with? The Cadbury cream egg? These I've had.
Girl, we know what these are.
What are these? I've never heard of them. Okay, so here we go. Can you hold my mic while I unwrap?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So the first thing we're going to do is a classic, and I honestly just wanted to use this podcast episode as an excuse to get them, which are Cadbury cream eggs. And these, to me, are like a tradition beyond traditions. They are milk chocolate eggs with soft fondant centers.
Wow. I remember one time Chris bought a bunch of these because he like stole them.
Okay, no. They were on Easter clearance, and there was a whole bin that said 99 cents, or no, it said like 50 cents or something ridiculous.
You took the whole bin instead of
I
just
took the
taking
whole
one.
box and was like, perfect. It's like 50 cents or whatever for this whole box. So I do self checkout and I scan
the box.
And it was like 50 cents. So like I didn't steal. I just want to write my
Anyways,
name.
he bought a bunch. Then he went
That's
out of
crazy.
town. Then I ate them all. Then he was coming back in
I
town,
don't
so I
know.
needed to replace
I don't know. It kind of seems like he stole them.
them.
Oh,
But Easter had
no.
passed and they were already out of sale, and I was freaking out. And they were so expensive. I was like, oh my God, he really spent like $100 on this box. So I went to like multiple stores trying to find them. And then he came back and was like, I don't want them.
I was like, no, I was hoping you'd eat them.
I thought Andrew was vegan.
Like I can't eat all these myself. Alrighty, so
there's some ASMR.
Is that good for people?
Was that- did you guys
enjoy
like that?
Alrighty, here we go.
Cheers.
Cheers. These, well, they're so much sugar.
Whoa, that is sugar.
Wow, these.
I always do the whole thing.
You eat the
My teeth hurt just watching them, honestly. The whole thing? What?
whole egg in your mouth?
100% every time.
No, you gotta look at like the little center
that's
and then maybe go.
I like to suck it out.
That is the correct yes.
Okay, yeah, we all know there's no joke need to be made. It was loud and clear. Honestly, though, with how much sugar they have, they're still fucking phenomenal.
This would be so good in coffee.
Oh my God. Or like on the top of a cake, you know, like you're eating a slice of cake. Anyways, I could really go on Cadbury egg fantasy.
I'm sucking out. Well, sorry.
Sorry, Andrew said he's busy sucking. This whole podcast is gonna get
I'm so
deleted.
sorry.
Do those ones have a flavor?
Chocolate?
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know what the flavor is. It's like sugar flavored.
What does Cadbury mean? Is that a person?
Cadbury is a chocolate brand. It's like an English chocolate brand, you freak.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ. Hold on, I'm gonna pause it. Alrighty, we are back, and we have the Stuffle. No, Jesus Christ. The Russell Stover Nest. It's coconut covered in milk chocolate. I'm not really a coconut person, but I can guarantee that I've never had this before.
Rover, send Stuffle right over.
No, it's Russell Stover. Not Stuffle. My stupidity. Oh, shit. Alrighty.
Wait, this looks delicious. It looks
This
like a
looks
crunch
nasty.
bar. Oh, okay. Fight about it.
Maybe I will. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
I kind of like it. You kind of don't.
It's good. It tastes like an almond joy.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to think of whatever that was. Yeah, it's not bad. I just probably would never seek this out.
It tastes like something my mom would get.
Your mom would
Yeah, have
make?
you ever been to like the Russell Stover's factories?
No.
No?
No.
Oh my God, that was like a staple of like our childhood
What?
road trips. I think it was like on the way to Alabama. So yeah, they have like whole factories.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
You can go in and get like, it's like where they make the chocolate.
You can go in and get a chocolate covered coconut nest.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Oh, what are we gonna give that?
Rating.
Cadbury, I'm gonna give 5 bunny hops out of 5.
5 out of 5?
Or 5 rising Jesuses out of 5.
Should we do 10?
Okay, there's 10.
Or do you
or
just want to do 5?
12 disciples. Easter. The real meaning of Easter.
No.
No.
That's confusing. Wait, what is the real meaning of Easter? It's when he came back, right?
We should be put down.
Died on Christmas, came back today.
No, he was born on Christmas. He died on Easter, Barbie.
He died on Easter?
No, he died on Palm Friday and then rose 3 days later on Easter. Ta-da.
Right.
I have had that shit ingrained into my brain.
Shouts out to Jesus.
This has been
Shout
the most
out.
chaotic.
Jesus.
This has been so insanely chaotic, guys. It's like, what the Okay, we'll just do it out of 5 bunnies.
What?
This is like literally the blind leading the blind, and we
Oh
need
my
Jesus
gosh.
to come back to heal us.
Oh my gosh, this is fun because we're doing like Easter. My grandpa died yesterday, and now it's like he is risen.
Oh my God, the mental illness in this room is crazy.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I just honestly, I don't know what to say.
That's
I'm
fair.
usually pretty good at responding, and I have not a clue of what to respond with. Okay, that coconut nest. Back on topic. I'm gonna give like a 2.5 Easter, whatever the rating scale is.
2.5 for that?
Yeah,
I'd give
5.
it a 3. 3 out of 5.
You're giving it a 3 out of 5.
I will say I think I liked this one better than the Cadbury because the Cadbury's it's like a little too much.
Drop dead and rise 3 days later.
I need a little crunch, a little carb,
a little. Oh my God, this one has so many carbs. I feel
I need a little slow burning carb.
Got it.
Like
Okay,
grain.
so we're gonna differ on all of these. I feel. Next up, we have literally something that Andrew found, and I have never even heard of in my life.
But looks fun.
It looks like something. Gummy Bunny ice cream gummy candy. It comes in chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. And when I tell you, I am nervous.
Packaging?
The packaging is insane. It's like the lid is held on. It's like a to-go froyo
Yeah.
container that's been taped on with like scotch tape. Wow, these look absolutely ghastly.
Gummy bunny?
Like they're like little bunny.
Oh,
my-
they look awful.
Do you want strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate? The
Ew, is
chocolate
this
flavor is actually horrid.
Wait, where do they
looking.
say the flavors?
On the front, it says chocolate vanilla. I'm gonna assume that the white one is vanilla.
Ew.
Do you want the chocolate or strawberry?
Maybe strawberry.
Okay, I'll try the vanilla and chocolate because.
Oh, the strawberry one is the cutest.
Why don't you date it? Remember, like when you were younger and you used to be like, "Oh, I like that." Well, why don't you marry it? All right.
Wait, no. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Like that's cute.
Oh, I see. I wonder if it's actually going to taste like ice cream or just look like.
Oh my God, the smell smells like
It smells like shampoo.
vanilla pudding. Oh,
Like kid shampoo.
I just put the whole thing in. Oh my God. Ooh.
Wait,
It's
you
like
had chocolate?
I took vanilla. I'm gonna try chocolate next. I got vanilla, and it is like the weirdest. Oh my God, I actually don't think I like it, but I can't stop chewing now. Like I hate it. Oh my God, I'm actually gonna.
Come on.
Pause.
Fucking prima donnas over here.
Stand by. Yeah.
That one was not good.
That one was awful.
I loved the smell though. Like would bathe in it.
Smell the chocolate. Ugh. I'm gonna try it because I'm brave. Okay, honestly, no.
Really?
No. The chocolate tasted better than the vanilla. They were all still zeros.
Awful.
If you get the gummy bunny ice cream gummy candy, you've been warned. Yeah, that gets a 0 from me.
That gets 0. I love the smell though. It like really made me feel like I was a kid.
All right, next up, and I just got these because they were like sort of an iconic one. We have the Lindt chocolate bunnies, but they're mini because I wasn't gonna waste a full.
Because we're skinny.
Because we're skinny, exactly. These are milk chocolate Lindt gold bunnies. Oh, I like the container. It's like a very.
Oh.
Wait,
do they split? Tear them apart.
Oh, probably. No, it doesn't because the bottom is all one.
No.
Be free, bunny. Okay, here you go.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. It's like a 3D bunny. It's not flat.
Yeah, girl.
Oh, well, a lot of them are flat. I don't know.
Oh, on the back.
Yeah.
I was like, what Easter chocolate bunnies have you been getting? Okay. Lindt chocolate is really good.
Oh my
So I
gosh,
have
she's so cute.
She's so smooth. She just got like laser hair removal.
Wait, let's make them kiss.
Mwah.
Aw. Oh my God, it's like those little TikTok videos. What are they called?
Oh my God, I love them. I know exactly which ones. They're like the ones that just like scream you're mentally ill. All right, let's try it. Oh. No, bite into like its neck.
What?
Oh.
Wait.
No.
Which TikToks scream you're mentally ill? Because I feel like that's like most of them, if I'm being real with you.
Like enjoy. Oh my God, that.
Oh my God.
Look, Chris.
Those.
Oh my God.
Wow. The Lindt chocolate, 5 out of 5. Now that's chocolate, bitch.
That's pretty good.
I took a bite and it was like biting into a pillow, like a cloud. It is hollow.
It is hollow, which they should say. Like
they do because it's not solid. Or
what?
Yeah, I don't know, girl. Okay, I feel like we should have wine or something.
Shall we?
Do you want it? No, this is already dysfunctional.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
This is Andrew, the wine mom on Facebook.
I'm not the okay.
Let's do another Russell Stover. This is the maple cream egg.
Okay.
I have kind of high hopes for this one, but then again, do I? Do you want half?
Wait, maple cream?
Yeah.
Oh wait, that sounds good.
Yeah, right? Oh my god, and it has like a marshmallow in the center.
Oh my gosh. Wait,
Cheers.
did we show the cam?
No, it's pretty hard to see.
Okay.
I like that you guys are slicing it with a knife. That seems like a classy way to eat.
Yeah, I can't eat the whole. Oh my god! Ew.
What the is this? Sorry to cut you off.
Hate, big hate, so much hate.
Rip.
Awful. I mean, it wasn't like that was like a 1.
Yeah, that wasn't like
wasn't a 0.
No, it wasn't a full 0, but it certainly was not a 1. Just also be careful you're not dropping chocolate. Okay. Did you?
I don't think so. What's that?
Hold on. Pause.
Balls.
All right, we are back. We just had a minor cleanup. But the next thing we have is, you know, like the Easter grass that comes in baskets? It's edible. And it's flavored. This is strawberry Easter grass imported from Germany. So really enjoy. Wow. And also this whole bag is 100 calories. How?
Oh my gosh. Wait, that's very skinty.
What is it?
No, skinty. I feel like it should be like 10 calories.
The whole bag 100?
Yeah.
All right,
it's like air.
Oh, is it just like potato starch? I thought it was going to be like gummy.
Here.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
Honestly, I don't know why they just didn't put like that big league chew in and say that that's Easter grass. Because that shit looks like Easter grass.
True.
All right.
Wow,
here we
this
go.
is crazy. They're getting so inventive.
They really are. Because the last thing we needed was to be able to eat our Easter grass.
They're running out of ideas.
My mouth is so dry.
That is paper.
If you ever spill or have a mess, throw this on it. It will absorb all the moisture out of the room.
Wait, it's kind of good. It's like strawberry.
It's kind of good.
Oh my god, it is.
Besides the fact that it like literally gives me instant cotton mouth.
It is like eating a sponge.
It is like truly eating a sponge. But there's like, you know those wafer cookies that have like
exactly. It's like the wafer.
How high are you guys?
Those rectangles with like the waffle texture on the top. Tastes like those, but like if someone was explaining to you what those taste like.
It kind of tastes like you just cut up a bunch of strawberries on a cutting board and then you took a sponge and wiped it up and then ate the sponge.
That is so accurate. Wow. Okay. I'm honestly going to give this I'm going to give the edible grass like a 3.5.
Yeah, it's like paper, but it's good. 3.5.
Yeah. Like, because 4 would mean that like I might actually consider reaching for it. Like, this is kind of insane just to eat.
But it is like if I was on Cake Boss or whatever, like I'd have some fun with that.
No, I mean I'm not on Cake Boss and I'm ready to have some fun with it. But yeah, I don't know. This is
Oh shit. Oh shit. I just came across this on Twitter. See, it's good that I'm endlessly scrolling all the time. It's good actually.
Need to stop. What I need to stop is when I go to a party.
Wait, what?
What I need to stop is when I go to a party, I need to know when to stop drinking. When I start drinking, I know that's borderline alcoholic. But what I need to stop is when I go to a party, I need to know when to stop drinking.
I don't know if that's borderline. I'm gonna be real. But, you know, at least there's that. I wonder if there's more. Was that her live?
Interesting. What do you give it?
A 3.
A 3?
Out of 5.
Ooh. Just like the rest. I want to get into the Dunkin' Donut jelly beans.
Let's
These are
try it,
iced
girl.
coffee flavored jelly beans. There's toasted coconut, butter pecan, caramel latte, French vanilla, and hazelnut.
Ooh. Sound disgusting.
No, this sounds... Oh my god. Smell it. This is like a buttered Jelly Belly, but with like...
That is like the worst candle at TJ Maxx.
This isn't TJ Maxx, honey. This is Bath and Body Works. Are you kidding? This is like what Bath and Body Works, like brown sugar candle smells like.
That's
All
like their Walmart line.
Okay, I want to know what the random orange... Oh, caramel latte?
Ew.
Ew, why is it orange? Okay, here, I'm going to give you a select few, and we're going to... Okay, I'm going to try and give you different ones.
Oh my god, they are really pretty though.
No, the tones are gorgeous.
Like using these, they look like little rocks.
They are little rocks. If
These in like a little pot with some moss.
All right, let's try... Girl. Let's try the dark brown one together.
They're gorgeous. Okay. Okay, cheers.
All right, this is... I
Is it coffee?
think toasted coconut.
Oh.
Not awful. But also, was that hazelnut?
I don't know what it was.
All right, let's do the butter pecan, which is the yellow.
The yellow? Okay.
This I'm just expecting to be straight up butter popcorn.
Yeah. It tastes the same.
It really does taste so similar. Let's do French vanilla.
Okay.
I don't understand jelly beans.
Ew.
No. That one's getting spit out.
Ew. I don't like that.
I'll join you in solidarity, even though I didn't mind it. Let's do caramel.
Okay. Are we gonna rate these as a
whole?
A
but
whole package?
just-
Okay.
That one, honestly, I think they forgot the flavoring.
Yeah, wait. That doesn't taste like anything.
That tasted like literally nothing. And then the last kidney bean, we are using, the hazelnut literally looks like a pinto bean.
Skims panty.
A Skims panty.
Oh
my god.
What the f?
Oh my god.
Tastes
Like
one
3
too?
chews of that, I was done. Oh my god, that one was hazelnut, and that honestly was worse than all 4 of those combined.
Yikes.
Yeah. Sorry, this is like...
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts is not very good with anything, in my opinion. It's just not.
Like...
Hello?
We're really brave over here.
We're so brave.
Oh my god, eating those after real coffee, or eating those and then drinking an actual cup of black coffee.
Is it good?
Kind of a slave.
I bet.
I'm gonna give these like a 1.5, and most of that score is on the inventiveness of Dunkin' doing jelly beans.
So do you think Dunkin' made these, or do you think...
No, I still think like Jelly Belly made them as a Frankfurt. I don't
Who
know what
is
that
that?
means. It's distributed by Frankfurt Candy, so
Who?
I don't
Who
know.
am I, lol? No one knows who Frankfurt is. Who dat?
What are you giving them?
Nothing.
0?
I'm giving them a pass.
Nothing.
So they're good?
No.
I'm confused.
I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know.
You don't know either.
I'm not going to make a restraining order.
I'm not getting a restraining order on this bag of jelly beans, guys.
They get a pass.
All right, we're going to do the chocolate carrots from Lindt. They come in this cute little package. Look at that little gold bunny over here. Just like...
Oh my god, do you remember those like packages? They were like lifesavers, the little boxes, and you'd open them up. They had like little stories
Elaborate.
inside. They were like boxes like this, but they were lifesavers, and they had like a flap. You would open the flap.
Oh.
Oh my god, these are so wild. They have like a little umbrella hook.
Oh my god.
And it's like plastic.
To hang on like a Christmas tree?
To
What
hang
is
on.
this for?
No, this is Easter, not
Oh.
Christmas.
The Easter basket.
Oh, to hang on your Easter
Oh my god,
basket,
hang on the Easter
maybe.
basket. Oh my god.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, you really don't even need to... Oh, wait. Oh my god. What? It's literally just like
Oh, it's a handle to eat it.
Yeah, it's like a chocolate cone. Oh, so I guess your fingers don't get melty. What an awful use of plastic. Oh my gosh. But cheers.
The Easter butt plug.
The Easter butt plug.
Not the Easter butt plug. Oh, wow.
That's good.
The hazelnut in there. Don't comment on how inappropriate this looks, Samantha.
I do love hazelnut.
I heard you whispering.
This is so good.
Yeah, that honestly is like a 4.5 out of 5. It is a little too chocolatey, but
my stomach is like,
Fuck.
what are we doing?
This makes me want candy so bad.
no, my stomach is definitely like, girl, you're on your own. Speaking of our stomach's response to what we're eating, we are just going to dive right into the next one, which really is something that I feel like would have been invented on this podcast. But it wouldn't be Easter without Peeps. However, these are hot tamale Peeps. Yeah,
right.
They are the color of flaming hot Cheetos.
Are hot tamales mints or candy?
They're like a soft candy. They're like
No.
you know those
No. And I actually like hot tamales. I just don't think it would be good. Like marshmallow and cinnamon and whatever the fuck else is in there. No.
You know those what are those? Mike and Ike's?
Yeah,
They're like that, but spicy.
But spicy.
They're like red hots mixed with Mike and Ike's.
I was gonna say I should keep these in my car for when someone asks for a mint. I give them a hot tamale peep.
You should leave this in your car in case someone robs it so that they're like, Jesus. Ugh, this is... I used to be obsessed with Peeps, but then, like, I would literally have my grandma make a pillow in the shape of a Peep. Here, I'm going to give you half of this. If you think I'm eating the whole thing, you're on. But I used to be obsessed, and then I, like, had too many of them. Honestly, it smells like cinnamon. The inside's a little pink. This, I think, honestly might be good. This on a graham cracker would go insane. All right, 3, 2, 1.
As a chaser to a shot of Fireball.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think I like this better than Peeps.
Wait, it's pretty good.
It's actually. I was like getting into the story of before I ate that.
No shot. No way. I do not believe that.
Of how I used to be obsessed with Peeps and then ate too many of them, and then I could not even looking at them is still like a little hard. That was like enjoyable.
Artificial cinnamon is such a weird flavor. Like
insane.
I would not sprinkle that on my oatmeal. Like it's just not cinnamon.
Well, I might.
You might?
On cinnamon? Are you listening to the Peep?
Yeah, why is it making noises? It's like really loud.
It is making noises. Andrew, how did you hear that? Welcome to ASAP Science.
Wait, was that sound from the peep?
Alrighty.
The peep was peeping? Hold on.
Making noises. It is making noises.
It's like, you might?
On cinnamon? Are you listening to the Peep?
Yeah, why is it making noises? It's like really loud.
It is making noises.
I think they added it.
Andrew, how did you hear that? Welcome to ASAP Science. Alrighty. Jesus Christ, I feel ill. The next thing we're gonna.
So is Peeps the number one now?
For the Peeps, I think I might rate those like a 5.
I'm gonna give them a 4.5.
I'll do a 4.5. 5 felt a little strong.
5 was crazy, girl.
5 was crazy, but those really shocked me.
They weren't bad. They like melt in your mouth. Like they go by quick.
And also, I think some of the cinnamon like took away a lot of the overt sweetness.
And I think it really freshened my breath.
I eat Peeps and it cleared my acne. All right. Next up, we have Swedish fish jelly beans. I don't know why Easter, why jelly beans, 1, are a thing, and then 2 at Easter. That's like,
I think because you put them in the eggs. and then you like shake them.
Oh,
they're
that's
like little musical instruments.
They're little maracas. You're so sweet for that.
Oh my god, you should do an Easter egg hunt with booger.
With dog treats in them?
Oh my god, yeah.
Wait.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
you
that
do?
sounds phenomenal.
And you're
all right, here we go. I love
right.
Swedish fish, so I've got a lot of
all right, let's
pressure
try
on
them.
these.
Just what they look like. Oh, bitch. Wait,
Oh.
these are. Oh my god. Oh my god.
They're a little too.
What?
I got a lot of sugar.
It is sugar.
These are really good. Oh my god, it's 48% of your daily sugar.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to.
We are just eating sugar.
No, this is just we might as well just have a tub of literal granulated sugar. I'm gonna give these a 4.5 as well.
I'm giving those a 5.
Really?
I mean, they're delicious. They
No,
taste like
I mean-
Swedish fish, but with less like they're easier to bite into. It's like less work than a real Swedish fish, you know?
Normal Swedish fish are not a lot of work.
Maybe mine are always stale. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, now you're good. These just taste like even sweeter Swedish fish. I'll give them like a 4.75 because I would actually maybe buy those. Like if I were in the store.
Why does it say what's this?
Because the Swedish fish is saying that to the jelly bean. Because it's like, what is that? And then the jelly bean's like, we're the same.
Oh, I thought it was like a pun on like. Never mind.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we are going to try another thing in the jelly bean department. And these are Big Chewy Nerds jelly beans. I
love a little wrinkly candy.
It does look like to the 5 boys or to the 5 like male species watching. This is like what a ball sack looks like after you've been in the bath for like 20 minutes. Look at it. It's like all wrinkly and...
Is that what they look like? I guess I haven't been taking a bath in a while.
Okay.
My balls don't look like that. Maybe like inside of the ball sack. Like if you like unopened it and like looked at the...
If I unopened it?
Or opened it up.
I'm going to unopen my ball. I'm sorry, girl. That is a ball sack. That is a ball.
Wait, you got a double one.
That is a sack of balls. Do you have a
Sack
color
of balls.
preference? There's orange, pink,
I don't see
yellow,
color.
and purple. Okay, Sutton struck. Okay, here, I'm going to give you orange, and I'm going to also take orange.
Why? What do you think that... Why?
Because I don't know. I just
What are you
feel
trying
like
to say about me?
Nothing.
Okay. Let's try.
Oh.
Ow, wait, it's hard.
Uh,
Is it soft in the middle?
Are you okay? Whoa. These are 5.
Those are really good.
Those are 5s. I think those are better than the Swedish fish ones.
I want to try a different flavor.
Interesting.
I don't because I don't want it to get ruined.
Is it similar to the gummy clusters?
The gummy clusters?
Those are better.
No, those the nerds like balls.
Mm-hmm.
No, those are way better. The nerds like gummy balls that have nerds coated on the outside, those are way better than this. But
Yes,
these,
yes.
I think, are the best one we've had today.
It's pretty good. It just tastes like nerds to me.
Yeah, which is why I love it. But it's like chewier nerds. Anyways, we're getting
Chewy.
a little too. I don't want to try anymore. I feel so sick.
We have what, 5 more?
We have 1, 2,
6.
3, 4, 5, 6 more. We got this. I don't know how, but we're gonna get this.
Next up,
we have another set of Peeps, but this time party cake. Because nothing says Jesus has risen like party cake Peeps.
what color is your tongue?
My tongue is red and orange dye number 7.
My tongue is #FF143C.
And that was a joke for all of our Photoshop girls out there. Oh my god, these look what I imagine like cholera looking like.
Oh my god, these peeps have like a disease.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna give you a little one.
Oh my gosh, they literally have the bubonic plague.
They really are serving like plague realness extravaganza on the runway tonight.
They need the vaccine.
They need the vaccine. All right, cheers. They're
Oh my god.
I was about to puke.
They need the vaccine quick.
And then we need it immediately after. Those Honestly, I think they're still better than original Peeps.
Really? It didn't
But
really...
they're not great.
No.
They're very sweet. Oh my god, the smell. The smell is absolutely
Okay, they actually smell amazing. No?
Totally amazing.
I'd eat a slice of that cake.
Well, no, you wouldn't, because you just did. And we
What a
hated
smell.
it. I'm gonna give these a 0.5.
So true.
Like
0.5.
They're not a 0, but they really are pretty close. Alrighty, next up we have the Russell Stover raspberry cream covered in dark chocolate. I don't know why I got this, considering I don't like fruits and chocolate.
It sounds disgusting.
It sounds awful.
Oh, and it's one of these again where it's like all weird and creamy in the middle.
It's like a weird marshmallow in the center. Ugh.
It looks like cookies and cream.
But like with a little purple. Okay, here. Oh my god, I hate the smell of it.
Oh my god, ew. Okay. Cheers.
No, I got it in the grocery bag.
No.
Nor Cleor. Nor Cleor. What are you doing?
Oh no, it's all over me. Oh my god, it's so gross.
It is so nasty. It is so bad. It is so bad.
I'm freaking out.
It is so bad. It is so bad.
What was that? Raspberry?
Raspberry. I'm trying to get marshmallow off my lip. It wouldn't come off. Oh god, I feel drunk. It's just a sugar rush. 0.
0. Negative
Like
2.
zeros across the board, and I have to go wash my hands.
Give me money back. I should wash my hands too, actually. Pause.
All right. Next up, we have.
Who is this?
Who thought that this was an appropriate name for a candy company? Zittners.
Zittners? I thought it was Litners.
ZITNER''S. This is peanut butter, milk chocolate covered egg.
Oh. Okay, now this sounds good.
And this is the most fucked up egg I've ever seen. And that's
that is. Booger left that in the yard this morning.
No, Booger literally left this in the yard this morning. All right.
Oh my god, the peanut butter? It looks so good.
1, 2, 3.
Oh my god. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 5.
76 out of 10.
Oh my god.
1776 out of 10. This is better than Reese's.
Oh my god, it tastes like a tag-along.
It does taste like a tag-along. Oh
my gosh, and it's just like melting.
It is just like melting, just like our ice caps.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, I could literally eat 10 more of those. I'm glad. No, I don't want the one that's squished between your fingers. That was that one was the best of the day.
I'm savoring it. I have like a chunk left in the back of my mouth. I don't want it to go.
All right, so you're also qualifying that as your favorite?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Come on, Zitland, or what was it?
Zittner.
Zittner.
Come to Zitland. Next up, we have Cadbury Rainbow Mini Eggs, milk chocolate with a crisp sugar shell. So I think this is like a Cadbury M&M.
What kind of woke shit is this?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Rainbow eggs.
God, they smell really good. Maybe.
Oh wait, I love these that are like hard on the outside.
Okay.
Right, let's eat them.
Ooh, that was a crunch. I don't like these.
You don't?
It tastes like an M&M, and I don't like.
Oh, I love it. It's like.
No.
I love licking all the dye off.
Oh my god! Now it's a white egg. Humpty Dumpty's quaking. There was a big old crack in that.
Wow, the dye yellow number 5 straight to my brain.
Oh, it feels so good. Those are a 1. You know,
I give him a 4.
A 4 is crazy. I am so sorry. He says as he spits it out.
I feel like the ratio though with that between the M&M ratio of crunchy to like.
No, I definitely liked how much more crunchy there was on those than an M&M.
No, I feel like there's less crunchy. Like it's crunchy, but it's more chocolate in the middle. With M&Ms, it's
I think it's more crunchy, but there is more chocolate in the center. This is a really riveting debate to be having publicly online. So please join us
this audio
this public forum
We are just talking in people's ears.
No, we are just literally not even talking, screaming.
How are you?
I'm well. Thank you. Oh, wait.
I was talking to the audience.
Okay.
Are you enjoying your commute?
Me how I'm doing as well, but okay.
Honestly.
All right, we do.
Thank you for asking. This is delightful.
Have technically another Russell Stover, which is a vanilla cream, but I'm gonna return that one because my body physically,
they aren't good. They're so bad.
They're saying my body is saying Russell Stover, more like Russell's over because
get him.
I know I have a
wait, where? Come on.
There we go. Yeah, what a time.
Wow.
Okay, the last thing we have, and I really am having a hard time understanding how this is Easter, but there's like flowers and butterflies and pastels, and this was next to the Easter candy. And it is limited edition Lint Lindor blueberries and cream.
Ooh,
that sounds good.
Slay.
So, the thing is, I love these lint, like
balls.
truffle balls.
Truffle balls. Is that what they are?
I don't know. I think they're just truffles, but I love them. However, I have never found one that I didn't like, and I don't want this to be the first. So
I've been loving like blueberry flavored things.
I do like blueberry though, so that's why I kind of have high hopes.
A little blueberry muffin vibe.
Ooh, if this is anything like a blueberry muffin.
Cheers.
Cheers. You trying to crack an egg?
Yeah, I was.
I love the little nipple part on these.
Oh my god, it is a little nipple.
I love it. I always look at it and go,
oh my god, I just plucked mine right out.
oh. What? I did too. No, I just cut a giant hole into it.
Oh my god, the inside's like kind of blue.
Oh my god, the colors are gorgeous.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Ooh.
It isn't that good.
No.
I really actually actively hate that.
Yeah.
Like,
oh no.
It's not quite like the raspberry cream
Blueberry?
one that we had earlier. Like it's not that bad, but I really question the authenticity of the
It
blueberry.
needs like a little crunch. It needs a little like where's the crumble part? Where's
like an oat.
It's a
an
graham
oat
cracker.
crust.
Like a
Wow. We let them have it.
We told them.
We
what
told
the tea
you,
was.
Lint.
Wait, so
comma Lindor.
Take
What do you
I'm
rate
gonna give
this?
that like a 2. I don't know why that has. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with 2.
I'm gonna give that a 2, but this man on the back makes it a 3. He is working. He's so passionate about his craft.
Yeah, but this isn't that guy from TikTok that makes like elephants out of chocolate.
Who's that?
Oh, we have like a big
What?
rabbit hole to go down later.
Okay.
A
What?
rabbit hole.
Oh my god, because Easter. Oh god, what
Wow.
a fantastic way to wrap this up. That was our Easter candy taste test, so we could try the things that you don't have to. Someone can make that a sentence.
I'm looking for this guy.
Thank you so much to Andrew for being here. Sorry, my body is in rapid decline right now. And thank you, Justin and Sam, for always being here. Jake is in a meeting, so he could not make it today. But be sure to subscribe to Unhinged with Chris Clemens, wherever you get your podcasts. And if you like video episodes, those are up on youtube.com/Chris. And be sure to rate and review as always. And we will see you guys next time.
I had a great time.
I would
being
say
your-
happy Easter, but again, I don't know when that is.
I had a great time being your guest. Thank you for having me. My name is Andrew Lau, and you can find me on Andrew Lau. Just
Google me. Bye.
That's it. Bye. We're done.
We're done.
All right. Have a good day. Bye. Bye.
Wait, Sam's got to show her bunny.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Sam is showing us her bunny, and that isn't a euphemism.
Oh, wait, let me see if I can find her. I don't know where she is. Wait, I don't know where she is.
Is this a real bunny?
Yeah, it's a real bunny. She has an actual bunny bed.
Do you have an air tag on it?
She's very scared. She didn't want me
Oh, yo, look.
Oh my god, it's
Oh
a
my
bunny!
God, it's a bunny.
Happy Easter! Again, I think we're like a month early, guys.
Cutie. She's scared.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bunny!
It looks like a dog. I'm just saying. I know it's a bunny, but
Ow! Oh my god, she just freaked out. She just scratched me.
I'm sorry, Bunny and Sam.
Bye.
Wait. I think I found the guy, or a guy. I found somebody. shit, it's so big. Let's go. Holy shit. Dude. It's so big. It's gotta be so cold in that room. Is he just working in a walk-in fridge? Like... Holy. Dude. Oh shit. Oh my god, that was so cool. Oh my god. Oh my god, he makes all kinds of shit. I don't want to get claimed, so I'm just gonna DJ this myself. His smile. Oh my god. He's just so hyped. I love him. Bro. Holy shit. With the hardware? With the hardware, dude? Oh my god. What? Oh my god. What? Bro, that's so cool. What's happening? What is that? What is that? What is that? Wait. Oh, I forgot it started this way. Wait, you put seeds? Why? Oh, you took the seeds out, I think. Wait. No. No, we put the seeds in. Dude. That's dope. Holy shit. This is incredible. Holy shit, dude. He would be the guy that, like, you go over to his house and he just, like, takes a bite out of, like, an appliance. It's like, oh yeah, it's chocolate. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, that's wild. No way it works. What? What the fuck? Dude. Epic. Oh my god, this is so soothing. Bro, I love him. This is crazy. Oh my god. Whoa. Amazing. Oh, what's that? Ooh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Genius. Dude, how? How does it all stay up? Damn. That's incredible. It's so dope. So pretty. Wow. Holy. It's a big ass rabbit. Holy. Oh my god, is it a baby? It's a baby! Damn, it's so delicate. Aww. Oh, it's so satisfying. I love this shit. Yo, you made a whole ass pencil. Amazing. What in the... What is it? What that? Whoa. I was doing the Da Vinci. Fuck, what's it called? Wicked. That's so dope. Why are you looking at me like that? Whoa. Yes. Yes. Oh shit. It fit perfectly. That was so cool. Oh fuck, that looks so good. It's so cute. Shit, I could watch these forever. Oh my god. My cat's trying to break in right now. Ayo. Whoa, it looks so velvety. The textures. Oh my god. All those layers. Oh my god. Holy shit, that looks so good. Oh my god. Damn. Oh shit. He says this weighs 90 pounds. The textures and the colors is what gets me the most. What a talented guy. A talented dude. Alright. That's gonna do it for me. To edit tomorrow. I didn't make clips like I was supposed to, so... Fuck. Ha. Rip. I'll be back on Friday. I know days and stuff. Yeah, I know what day of the week it is. I don't have to check or anything. Okay. See you Friday.
A revolution that ever set anything to right. Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing, when we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing. She literally attacked the two things